All right, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to our JCIT meeting this morning. We hopefully we'll be able to get everybody out of here by a little after 3 o'clock. And so we're going to start off. We do have preliminary minutes in your packet. So if you would look through those, and then right after lunch, we will have a motion to accept those minutes. So that'll give you this time and lunchtime to look them over. So we're going to start off with the ks modernization product demonstration. Eric Thiel's going to start us off, and I think he has someone here from Propylone, Sean Ryan.
Let's see this one. Here we go. Good morning, Chairman and Committee. As you stated, we're at our July 31st meeting of the committee. There was a request to have a demonstration from Propylone as to what the legislature can expect out of the system that we're getting ready, or we are developing with them. And to help facilitate that, I have Sean Ryan online here, who's going to present about a 15-minute demonstration over a product they've recently deployed in South Carolina. Sean Ryan is he's the head of business analyst for Propylone's Government Solutions, and he's based out of Chicago, Illinois. So, like I said, the demonstration is going to take about 15 or 20 minutes, and I'll give us some time for some questions afterwards if the committee has any. So, all
right.
With
hopefully,
that,
hopefully he's inside. I heard Chicago's going to be like 100 today.
Well, I know. Yeah,
they're not used to that.
I know. We have a few other people work from Chicago who are on site right now doing some workshops with the revisor's office on the codification process. So they were talking about that, how they're melting downstairs. So
yes, I bet they are. All right.
With that, I guess if you can let Sean in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the members of the committee for giving me the opportunity to present today. What I'll be demonstrating is I will be demonstrating our legislative drafting solution to the committee. I will be demonstrating both the request management system, which is really a logging system and a work tracking system for legislative attorneys, and also the bill drafting solution. Before I begin with the demonstration, Mr. Chairman, are there any questions from you or from the other members of the committee?
No, I think let's go ahead and let's go with the demonstration, and then we can ask questions afterwards.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Let me just share my screen. Can I just confirm that my screen is visible within the committee room, please?
Okay. Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. So the screen that you're seeing in front of you is our request.
Is there any way you can make it bigger?
Yeah, Sean, could you try to expand your screen a little bit, full screen?
Yeah, let me see if I can.
It's a little hard to see here on the monitor, so.
Can you see? I'm just making the browser a little bigger here. Is that making it any better?
Okay, hold on just a second, Sean. Committee, sure. If you join the WebEx on your laptops, then you'll be able to see it, or the YouTube, whichever way. So, Sean, hold on just a second. All of our eyes are not as young as they used to be, so we're going to. I'm going to go to WebEx here in a second.
Let me see if there's a better way that I can.
Everybody, make sure that you are, when you join, that you join without audio, and you're muted, so we don't get echo. Or just join YouTube, whichever.
Hey, Sean, at the top of your screen there should be a plus sign that you should be able to make it a little bit bigger or full screen on your WebEx screen.
Ah, I see. Okay. Let me see. One moment.
No. Now we're seeing your desktop now, Sean.
Oh, apologies. Sorry.
That'll maybe about as good as we can get for now. So if you're ready, we can. Okay.
Does that look better? Am I okay to commence?
Just hold on for a little.
Hold on just a second.
Sure.
All right. Are we, everybody's kind of ready? All right. I think we can proceed now.
All right, Sean, I think everyone's ready. We can go ahead and begin.
Okay, perfect. So what you're seeing on this screen in front of you is the request management system for the state of South Carolina. This is primarily aimed at legislative attorneys, and it's used to log requests which come in from members for bill drafts. So you can see in front of you that there's a number of pieces of information that are pertinent to the request, such as who the sponsoring member is, what the short title of the request is, and who the attorney is that's currently drafting this request. So what I'm going to display to you now is the ability to actually create a new request. So if a member has contacted the revisor's office and they would like a request to be logged for a bill draft, the attorney would come in here and actually select the various pieces of information around that request. So if I have here, just writing a short title very briefly. Once they've entered the information necessary to create a request, they would select this request button here. And what that will do is it will add this request entry to the top of the legislative attorney's dashboard. The other functionality that's available to the legislative attorney within the solution is the ability to edit their request or track their request through its current workflow. What I'd like to now demonstrate to you is actually drafting this request document. So after the request has been logged, the legislative attorney has the ability to select this Word icon, which will present the information that we've just logged within this request management system. And they will have the ability to select this Create New icon, which will open the blank template document within Microsoft Word. So this here, let me zoom in a little bit. This is the drafting template document that's used within the state of South Carolina. This document is tied to the request which has been logged in the request management solution. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to draft just a basic bill to show you some of the tools that the drafting attorneys have available to them. So the drafting attorney first, if they would like to import current statute within their draft document, would select this import code section button here. This opens up a side pane within Microsoft Word, which is an add-on customization, which we have done for the state of South Carolina. Within this field here, they have the ability to type in statute sections which they wish to amend. So for example, if they wish to amend section 1110, they would type that into this field and it would add that section to the staging area on my right hand side. So it's yet to add the text of the document into my bill draft. What the legislative attorney has the ability to do then is they have the ability to preview that section to determine if it's the section they wish to import into their draft document. So you can see here the text of that document is being provided to me in this right hand side pane. If they decide that they don't wish to import, they have the ability to clear that information here. They also have the ability to import multiple sections. So if I was to type in section 1110, comma 1120. So I've put in 2 sections here and press enter. Again, both sections appear in my staging area. And again, I have the ability to remove the sections if I wish, or to preview its content. Once I'm satisfied with the content of the section and I know it's the section that I wish to import into my draft document, I can select this import button, which will add the text and the data into my document here. I can also import ranges of sections into my document. So for example, if I want to import section 13480 and I want to import everything from the range 13480 to 13490, I would type it in as such. That will put this range into my staging area, which I can investigate further and expand to see which sections are within that range. In this case, it is just those 2 sections. And again, what I have the ability to do is I have the ability to preview, and I have the ability to remove. So you see here, oh, apologies, to remove. And then once I'm satisfied with my section, I can import that into my document also. Once I'm satisfied with the sections which have been imported into my document, what the legislative attorney then has the capability to do is actually to amend the statute just by typing and backspacing. So if they're removing statute, they just backspace like such. So you can see here, I'm just backspacing. If they wish to actually insert text within their document, they just type also. So if I backspace to remove, and then I start typing, you'll see that it's just adding the changes that I want in track changes. So that the legislative attorney doesn't need to select to underline it or to strike through or apply any of the markup rules currently. All they need to do is concentrate on what it is they wish to amend within their statute sections. The one thing I'll ask the committee not to judge me on is my legal drafting skills. While I might be an expert in the tools, I'm not a legal attorney by any means. So I just try and type what may look pseudo-legal, I suppose. Once, as a legislative attorney, I've made those changes to my document, or I've made the amendments to the statute sections, and I wish to generate a bill title, I do so by selecting this Generate Title option here. Now again, this feature has been customized for the state of South Carolina, and the Generate Title has been developed in a manner so that it fits the format and the structure of the South Carolina title. As we're doing this for the state of Kansas, we are obviously customizing it and configuring it to the needs of the revisor's office. So in this case, the Generate Title may be slightly different in the way it operates for the state of Kansas, but it will still follow some of the same format. In this particular case, within the state of South Carolina, when I select the Generate Title function, it shows me the statute sections that are currently within my document, and also provides the captions within statute in these fields here. This is so that the drafting attorney can see whether or not the captions for that statute should be included within the title which is generated for this draft. So if it should be, we can decide to make changes. Or we can leave as is if needs be. And then other areas of the title can then be typed within these fields. So what I'm doing is I'm adding the text required for the title into its relevant field. So within the state of South Carolina, they have a relating to portion of their title and a so as to portion of their title, which is either being entered by the legislative attorney or is being modified from the caption, which is currently in statute. Once I'm satisfied that I've added all the language required for my title, I select this Generate button in the side pane. And what that will do is it will generate the boilerplate language. I may just have made a spelling mistake there, apologies. Apologies. What it's done here is it's generated the boilerplate language for my title. So you can see here, to amend the South Carolina Code of Laws. That's something which would be included in each title within the legislature. But it's also added the statute section number, which is in my draft document. It's added, if I can just reopen this field, it's added the relating to portion of my title with this language here, which is what's currently within this side pane here. And it's added the so as to portion of the title also. So this correcting legal language is also present here. And then it's done the same thing for the next statute section within my document. So the idea is to try and reduce the time that it takes for the legislative attorneys to draft their title while still giving them full control and a completely accurate and comprehensive title. The last portion of the demonstration that I'd like to go through today is how the legislative attorney would draft an amendment. So if I'm to close this document and go to the amendment pane, the way that a legislative attorney would draft an amendment is that they would select this create amendment feature on the top of my ribbon. They would select which bill they wish to amend, and they would select the sponsoring member. Once they select create, the system will generate an exact replica of the document. So this is not the actual bill that's being introduced. This is just an exact replica of that bill, which is identified here in the top in my header. So you can see here, this document is for amending purposes and is not an official bill. The way that the legislative attorney would actually produce the amendment report from this document is they would just strike the text. So if they were to backspace again and then start typing, and if they were to make a second change as well. Once they've stricken and inserted text within their document, the legislative attorney would select this generate instructions feature up here, which will actually produce the amendment report from the exact replica which we've just demonstrated. So what the application is doing here is it's creating the template that's required within the state of South Carolina for an amendment report. It's finding the text which I've edited within my exact replica, and it's producing the amendment report here. Now, what I would say is within the state of South Carolina, their amendment report is slightly different to yourselves. They don't use page and line numbers, but this methodology would be identical to how we would implement amendment drafting within the state of Kansas. The only difference would be that the amendment report format, or what would be produced afterwards, would obviously be more of a page and line number amendment report, as opposed to the unique way that South Carolina produced their amendment report. That's all that I wish to present today, and that concludes my presentation, Mr. Chairman. I now stand for any questions that you or the committee may have.
All right, thank you, Sean. Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Sean. My question is, when you're creating a bill, could they have all the word tools available to them, or do they have to use backspace? Could they strike if they wanted when they're typing in the statute?
For striking, we recommend that you use the backspace after you have made all your edits, so you could see that it was track changed there. There was another function which I should have demonstrated to you, but they would really just select a button which would apply all of those necessary changes. So it would put it in black text strike through and underline. So we would recommend for the amendments to statute to use backspace and insert, but in terms of all of the Microsoft Word functionality, you would have that available to you also.
Thank you. I can follow up with Jason. Currently, do you have the ability to type in the statute in the current bill drafting system to bring it over and modify it?
Yes, the current system allows you to import the statute into your bill draft, and then you can make your edits to that statute within the bill draft.
Okay, thank you.
Now, Sean, you can import a section into a bill draft after you start drafting the bill, correct? You could put your cursor in there and actually import the statute and then amend it within the bill drafting document itself, the bill draft itself, correct?
Correct.
Any other questions? Okay. Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the demonstration. So on the amendment formats, it's a small question, but here in Kansas, we have whether it was amended in the Senate, whether it was amended in the House. There's lots of different formats of these edits so that we can keep track of where the changes were happening. Is that going to be one of the requirements that we're going to be able to have inside of the system?
Correct.
Yeah, I can answer that as well. Yes, we are designing that into the system to where you'll be able to tell that it's amended by Senate Committee of the Whole or Senate Committee or House Committee or as further amended by all the various groups. Maybe that.
Yeah. And so also on the, so we saw some of the drop down things where you can find the bill and then find the member. Does it also have the RS numbers from the RS system, the revisor system that you can kind of automatically put in there and keep track of that? Does that kind of tie into all that stuff?
I believe so, Sean.
Yep. Yeah, correct. It does.
And then the last question is, does it also have ability, sometimes we refer to other statutes that sometimes that we're modifying inside of the bills so that we don't have to have the whole statute in there? Is there some kind of automation around that?
There's ability for cross references between bills and statute built into it.
So that the user can get in there and easily click into it maybe and see the statute and maybe come back, or is it just kind of a reference thing?
Sean, I believe they can click into it and come back.
Correct.
Hopefully that's better than the system that we have now.
Okay. Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe you can move me along the education curve here. This, I have an interface as a legislator with something like this. And so I'm wondering, given the question to the revisor, is this software that's used largely by the revisor's office to draft the bill that then comes to me? Right. And so that answer is yes. So I don't know, could you highlight the key improvements of this over the current system? Or that would be one question. And the second would be, what is the legislator interface with this, if any? I don't know. Sounds like Senator Pittman might be more using it more than I am. I'm just trying to learn. So thank you. Two questions.
Well, I believe it is a significant improvement over what the revisor's using now. The current system is based on Open Office as the word processor, which is an older technology. And it has a lot of, based on thick client and some really, 1990s, technology. This is based on Microsoft Word. As you saw, it's built in, just extensions of the Microsoft Word client. Now, I'm not 100% sure what you're asking for about the legislative interface or the website, as far as the member interaction.
Do actual, like a House representative, do I interface with the software or?
Not directly.
Okay.
It'd be the bills and the information that the revisor brings up to you in committee or on the floor for amendments.
Okay. No,
this would feed this information then feeds into the chamber interface that we have, the chamber system. That's going to be part of the upgrades for this project as well.
Okay, well, that's helpful. No, I heard him asking about different ways to sort and select, and I didn't know if that meant he's actually interfacing with it, but that's why my question. Thank you for your answers.
I thought I might have Natalie or Jason or both of you, whichever one, maybe kind of give a little bit of to us. What are some of the improvements in this compared to what you have now? Jason doesn't want to, evidently.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Natalie with the revisor's office, and I am actually the attorney in our office who's been heading up working with the vendors to kind of get them our requirements for what we need for the system. So on the bill drafting side, I think that Eric highlighted a lot of the improvements that we're going to see by going to a word-based system. Right now we use open office. But the mechanics of drafting a bill will be largely similar, just kind of updated interfaces and hopefully the, improvements from using a more mainstream word processing system. Where we're really hoping to see a lot of improvement is in our amendatory report drafting. Right now, the functionality that we have, while we've seen sizable improvements over the last few years with that, we've worked with Eric's team to improve that software. I think we're hoping that this will make us faster and better able to meet the kind of time demands that amendatory reports like floor amendments, committee reports, conference committee reports take. So I think that's where we're hoping to see kind of the biggest improvement.
Okay. Jason, you want to add anything? Or?
No, Mr. Chairman, as Natalie said, she's been involved in more of the detail work on this improvement project. So I think she summed it up very well.
Okay. And I think Natalie may have to come in and out a little bit today because she's going to be doing that today with Propylon. So yeah, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. So Natalie mentioned the floor amendments, and I know one of the issues that I have and other legislators, we're trying to see those amendments as we're on the floor, and there's a delay between the scan and when they're actually available to the legislators, sometimes 30 seconds, which may not, or minutes, depending on what's going on with the system. So I'm hoping I'm glad to hear from the revisers. Those are the stakeholders that we needed to hear from for that part of the system. We don't have input to that. We don't do that. But there are other links that we do have to that system that we need to make sure are functional also. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We'll definitely take that into consideration and show you as we get to the improvements as we get that far in the project. So,
Representative Watzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this may not be a fair question to ask. When this gets done, I don't know who can answer this. You're saying that we'll be able to see whether it was a Senate sub or a House sub, or how are you planning? How are you planning for us to be able to see that when it comes up? Is it going to be, House will be one color and Senate will be another, or there's something in the margins? I'm not sure you even know yet, but.
Natalie can probably fill us in on that.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. There's actually a statute that outlines the requirements for the bill as it goes through the process and the styling. So, it will look very much similar to what you're used to now. So the introduced version of the bill is going to have strike and add with just like the strike and the italics. And then each step of the process has its own styling. So you know how when you look at a bill right now, if it's bold, that means it was added at a certain phase. If it's underlined, it was added at a different phase. If it's double strike, that was, yet a different phase. And so that styling is actually required by a statute. And so that will not change. So the styling of the bill itself will look a little bit different, but that styling will remain the same.
I did not realize there were different. I mean, I saw it, but I didn't understand why. Is there some way that there will be a key to this? Oh, the Senate changed this, and you know what I'm saying? So that when we're looking, and even someone from home is looking at the bill, they'll know that this had been changed. Now I know that the Senate took it and changed it here, and the House took it and changed it here because of the different styling.
Yeah, and actually that will remain the same. So the key that you're talking about actually is when you're looking at a bill at the top, you've seen where it says as amended by House Committee, as amended by House Committee of the Whole. Each one of those entries is styled differently. So for example, if something was amended in House Committee, at the top of the bill in bold, it says as amended by House Committee. And that means that the changes that you see throughout the bill that are bold were added by the House Committee. And so that's kind of where that key comes from. There's actually something in the document room. They have kind of a little paper that's a key for that. So you can always get that from the document room if that would be helpful, but it will still follow that same pattern.
All right, thank you.
I wonder if, as
Mr. Chair.
we start looking at the website, if that's something that maybe should be on the website, a key that, a page that says this is an explainer of how to read the bills, or, so, because we understand it, but back home, people aren't going to necessarily.
Mr. Chair, if you'd like, we can go ahead and make that happen now.
Oh, that'd be great.
Get a copy of that out on the website.
I think that'd be a good idea if you can go ahead and do it now.
I'll go ahead and get that worked up.
Okay. Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just clarification, this is going to go live in 2025. Is that what the date is? Oh.
The schedule right now is to have the system ready by the end of October 2024, which would make it ready for the start of session in 2025.
Great. Kind of follow up with my colleagues here, because this is, and Natalie, I may be looking, because this is a word base. Is it something that could be shared with a representative while they can work on it live? For example, when I have an amendment, Jason, that would like to propose, Jason would email me, is this the text that you're looking at? And so would that be something available, or is it going to be the same process of like, hey, keep your hands out of it, Kirk, this is what I'm going to email you?
I'll defer to Natalie on that one.
Mr. Chairman, so I think the process is envisioned to stay largely the same. Right now, what we do when we have a document that we want to send to you, we take that open office file, we export it as a PDF typically. So that's usually what you're getting from the revisor, probably when you're previewing that. These tools will have the ability for us to do that process in the system. So we'll be able to create a PDF and send it to you in the system. It's not envisioned that you would kind of log into the system and make changes to your drafts or amendments, but you would be able to comment, just like now you could comment like on the PDF, for example, to make edits to send back to the revisor, who then could incorporate that for you.
Okay, great. I mean, at the university, when we share a document, some people only have read-only access in which they can comment on it. And so it's a live interface if we have to move quickly with this, but that's fine. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? To Sean, as far as in the future, updates, things like that, it looks like that this is the software that you're using is piggybacking onto Microsoft Word. I mean, to a certain extent.
Extends
Microsoft
Word, the functionality of Microsoft Word.
Correct.
So if Microsoft changes, if they change their formatting, things like that, how does that change what we do?
Sean, still there?
Yeah, the way that we currently build our technology is that it's the changes to Microsoft are usually quite minor over time, but we're trying to have it so that it isn't specific to one single release or one single version of Microsoft. If there are changes to Microsoft over time, we test our functionality out to ensure that there aren't any changes that impact any of our software. But really the idea is to not have it specific to a single Microsoft version.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alan Wise, Chief Information Technology Officer for the Legislature. When we initially implemented the system, the system requires open access to all these documents to make these changes through programs. And that's the reason we initially went with the Open Office product, because they had an open document format when Microsoft did not at the time. Now Microsoft's file format is open, so it's a published standard, so that
Propylon could then start using Microsoft Office. Because all these automated functions you're seeing in there are macros running in the background in Office, in Word, that modifies the documents as needed, and that open file format is required for that. So that's kind of the way things have progressed with this. And like I said, there's a lot of coding behind the scenes in these systems in the Word macros that make all this work.
Okay. And then you're doing, this is the South Carolina version. If you, under our contract, I guess, as you would make changes to functionality, to make things better in one state, does it automatically do we get it also, or how's that work?
We would present it to the revisor's office to ensure that it was something that they were comfortable with. We would never push anything to any state that they haven't seen or approved ahead of time. If there are improvements that we see from one state and we think it would interest the revisor's office or any other state for that matter, we would present it to them and push it. But there's no automatic pushing of features or functionality for any state. Each implementation is customized and configured to a particular state.
Okay. Eric?
Yeah, as Sean said, they have a core product that they will be making changes to and updates to. But my staff will work with Propylon, the revisor's office, to make the enhancements that the revisors would like, as well as we get further into the project, the chambers and committee management and all of that as well. So we work closely with them, and we also, here in September, we're going to a conference with all of Propylon's current kind of a user group type thing, where we'll be able to meet with the other states and start working and networking with them so that we can kind of gang up on Propylon and have them build stuff that we want. So,
Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just because you brought this up, macros typically are a little bit security. They're challenges. They can be. Is Propylon going to take on the responsibility of making sure that these things are secure? And have you reviewed this with the cybersecurity officers to make sure that the security profile is sufficient for the state standards?
Correct. Propylon, Sean, you could probably help me a little quicker on the standards that Propylon is compliant with now, as far as the security of their systems.
Oh, apologies for interrupting, Eric. ISO standards is what we're compliant with, and we also provide technical architecture with our security requirements for our software to Eric's team, and there's ongoing discussions around security and what we provide there.
We're meeting tomorrow with Propylon's technical team, and might have to go over how we're going to manage like user accounts and the security involved around the system. So we're building that in as we go.
Well, I just mean in terms of patching it and things like that to keep up with any kind of threats that might be happening inside of the Word environment. Did they take on responsibility for making sure that's happening inside of this, or is it kind of our responsibility and they just kind of hand it off to us?
I believe it. I would foresee it being a joint venture where they tell us, as well as we have our own security staff now, to jointly take care of that. Would that be correct, Sean?
Correct.
Well, and Senator, I would assume that it would be our staff's responsibility to make sure that Microsoft is patched.
Correct.
That our machines are patched in with the Microsoft.
Mr. Chair, the thing about macros and things like that have their own code base, right, and they open up things, and they also access systems to obviously live connect to some of the statute systems. So we just would
probably a dual. Yeah.
Just wondering what the strategy was on this one.
Sure.
Gather more information, give you a report on that at a later meeting if you'd like to have a little more information on it.
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right. I am happy that we're getting. Okay. I am happy that we're getting away from open office. I mean, because I know with my iPhone, there are times when I get a draft from I can't open it because it doesn't like open office, and so that's great that we're getting away from that. Representative Wassinger.
I'm going to say something that probably no one's going to like. Did we check into other companies that could do this?
Yeah, this was an RFP process, and there were bidders.
All right,
We had
great.
How many bidders did we have? 5 bidders.
6 vendors. Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Appreciate it, Eric. If you would please, as we go through this, make sure that we are kept,
We'll definitely,
you know,
do that.
and let's try to keep as relevant information comes through. Let's try to make sure that I or vice chairman or whoever, you know, we know, and so we can get you on the list to bring updates to us.
Very good. Thank you. I'll make sure that happens.
Alan,
Yep.
let Alan know.
Thank you, Sean, too, as well. I appreciate your time.
Sean, thank you for and stay cool there. And
Thank you very much.
we're used to 100, but I guess you guys aren't.
No, definitely not. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much to the members of the committee also.
Thank you very much. All right, Eric, thanks. Appreciate it. All right, we are going to now move into some presentations by Office of Information Technology. Alex and Jeff, we've got a certain, you know, way, but if you guys need to change that up, however you want to do these next 4, you can. Just let us know what you're doing.
All right. Good afternoon or good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jeff Maxon. I'm the interim Chief Information Technology Officer for the executive branch. And so with your permission, sir, I would like to do a little audible on the agenda and present some generative AI stuff first before we hand it off to Alex to go over the quarterly report and also the new risk management framework we're using for the project pieces. So, okay. So go ahead and do that. So again, good morning. Jeff Maxon, interim Chief Information Security Officer. Chief Information Technology Officer and Chief Information Security Officer for the state of Kansas. So one of the things I wanted to, you know, was kind of came up in the last JCIT meeting was the topic of generative AI. Recently, the governor and I released a statewide or executive branch policy for the use of generative AI in executive branch to kind of stay ahead of the curve. So I'll talk a little bit about that and a little bit about generative AI before we move into the project pieces. I believe these should be some of the first slides in the slide deck that we presented. So generative AI is kind of a language-based model that basically uses an algorithm to look through vast amounts of data to produce a complex response to a complex question. So it's kind of a search engine 2.0 type thing. You can now ask a computer a complex question, multi-part question, to try and build an answer for you based on the data it's ingested and how the algorithm combs through it. So really exploded onto the scene late last year. We are kind of hearing it in the IT circles, but then got a lot of public view really earlier this year about a lot of news stories. OpenAI presenting to the federal legislative branch, both on the House and Senate sides and joint committees as well on the federal side. And just there are some concerns with it that have come up, but there's some potential with it as well. So right now, it is readily available. The technology is being implemented by multiple vendors in multiple spaces. So the Googles, the Microsofts, the Facebooks, project or product-specific vendors that states are leveraging are starting to look at implementing it through various means. So it is readily out there. Everybody has access to it now. So it is something that is, you know, the proverbial horse is out of the barn. There's no way to put it back in. So we have to look at embracing it. Hence why we put a policy forward. So as I mentioned, it's kind of really the next generation of searching. It can do a little bit more, but again, it is kind of the next natural iteration of you know, the search engines and what it can do and present you back. So one of the big things we see is this has a real potential as a game changer to improve and increase employee productivity within agencies. And in general, it's not something we're seeing as something that's going to eliminate jobs, but is going to be something that allows folks to work faster and get more done with what they have. So, and like I said, we're already seeing vendors that are trying to propose solutions that are implementing this technology to the state, to the agencies at large. So we really did want to try and get in front of this as best as possible. So we mentioned there are some concerns that have come with generative AI and our policy, and I'll kind of explain a little bit about the policy that was meant to try and get in front of these, and again make sure we kind of set some guardrails and a framework for use. But a lot of the concerns, again, intellectual property rights. You know, who is the owner of whatever the output is? We're seeing it. You know, if it's ingesting stuff from artists, you know, music was kind of one of the big things that was brought up, is who owns the intellectual property. It's being taken from others, so it's more or less paraphrasing, which, you know, proper citations and things like that and ownership still apply. There's still a lot to be hashed out on what that looks like out in the legal spectrum. Our responses can be manipulated or inaccurate. Again, based on questions you can ask, you can manipulate it to return certain answers you want it to try and give you. And then you can use that as kind of a source of truth. And so that is one of the concerns, is, again, it can be manipulated or inaccurate, and having guardrails in there to prevent that is key. One of the concerns from the state side and a privacy perspective is that we don't want Kansas data to be used to train a vendor's AI models for their profit type thing. So this is our data. We need to protect it and have appropriate controls around it, unless we have a very specific use case where we own all the rights to that data, things like that. So being aware of what vendors are using our data and how they're using it in their AI tools or generative AI tools is really key. So we don't want them doing, obviously, without our consent, is a big one. And then a lack of control of data. Again, most of these tools are kind of cloud-based, and so we need to have positive control of Kansas data, and we don't want just people putting Kansas data that ships off somewhere and we have no idea where it's going or what it's doing. So those are a few of the major concerns we have with generative AI. And again, the policy we put in place was to attempt to curb some of those concerns. So late last month, early this month, we put into effect a statewide policy for executive branch that is, again, kind of meant to set guardrails and kind of a framework around generative AI use. We are starting to see some use cases pop up from agencies. The primary and the first one we saw was application developers trying to use it to move application development ahead a little quicker. You can type in a question, say, I would like a piece of Python code that does X, Y, and Z. It would go out and it'd produce you a piece of code that does X, Y, and Z. So we're starting to hear developers wanting to use that. There's a principle in software development called code reuse, where you're basically using code put together by somebody else. That comes with security concerns. And so, again, making sure we're looking over every line of the code, make sure there's no bugs or flaws in it. Again, liability issues. If there's a flaw in that code, who's responsible for it? So again, some of those concerns. And along those lines, I'll take a step back into one of the other concerns. If you're having AI make decisions or generative AI make decisions and it's the wrong decision, again, where does liability land? So again, we'll try to put guardrails around that. We really wanted to use this policy as kind of that first structured approach of cautious stepping into the technology. It's there, but we did put pieces in place. Again, it has to be reviewed by a human. You can't use answers verbatim, things like that. If you're using it to develop software code, you need to annotate where you got it, what the query was, document it, review it before you use that code in any sort of production system. But it's really just kind of our introductory step into that. It prohibits the use of any generative AI without human intervention. So whatever you're using it for, you have to have some human involved to review and review and look at the responses from the system and what it's looking at to make sure it doesn't have inaccuracies or falsehoods in it. There was I believe a case where a lawyer used it to prep for a trial and basically asked some questions, and the generative AI made up some cases that weren't real. So again, you need to proof it and validate it. The policy also requires vendors to disclose any use of generative AI. So again, they're starting to incorporate it into their tools. We need them to disclose that to us so we're aware of it, so we can either say, no, not yet. We need to take a harder look at this. No, you can't use our data to train it, things like that. So we're making vendors disclose it, make sure agencies are ensuring their vendors are disclosing it. And if there is a use case to use it, it has to have specific consent from the agency head as well as input from the state chief information security officer. So trying to put some gates around that. And then again, it also doesn't allow the vendors to use our confidential data in their model. Again, we need to control that. We're still trying to understand what's kind of underneath the covers. underneath the hood on what this looks like. So the policy is meant to start putting those frameworks so we can at least pump the brakes on it, because again, it is out there. Vendors are leveraging it at a very rapid pace. So we probably revised the policy about 4 or 5 times in the time we're working on, because it is moving so fast. So, but with that, I will stand for questions on generative AI.
All right. Any questions? Representative Curtis.
So thank you for this presentation. It's exciting. I probably didn't do the right prep because I watched that movie where Vicky, the computer, like takes over and controls the human. So I didn't do the right prep for this meeting. But so how do we handle like open source? You know, there was that move to have like a lot of government have open source data. How do we view that?
So we still, from the Kansas perspective, we are still very limited on open source, again, because our state policy requires, for example, that any tool we use has to be a supported platform. So if there's vulnerabilities, they need to be, support to get those patched, things like that. So a lot of agencies don't use open source because there isn't that supportability. So we have some controls around that. Now, there are versions of some open source tool that do have enterprise support. That's where we try, and if you're wanting open source tool, you go to these supported kind of versions of them. So we still have some gates. We haven't dived fully into the open source because of those security concerns.
Yep. Senator Cluse.
Thank you. So my son does a lot of this coding and software, and just yesterday he actually sat down with me and was showing how it helps him write the coding.
Mm-hmm.
And so some of the concerns and things that he was bringing up, you kind of touched on, but can you help me understand a little bit more? You're saying about, well, we're trying to put guardrails, we're trying to put the proper gates, but can you kind of give me some examples? I mean, just in the little time I spent with him as he was showing me how effective and how useful it could be. I mean, behind the scenes, how can we ever really say that we have, gates? I mean, how do we know that information isn't going out there just because the vendors say it's not? I mean, this thing is so complex. I couldn't believe it, how intense it is.
It is incredibly complex. One of the things we're starting to see is vendors are creating, the technology has gotten to the point now where they've taken and they can take the algorithms and engines and essentially drop them in a box and give them to an organization. So you have your own generative AI. That's one of the controls we're looking at. Other states are looking at is how, if we go down this, how do we get our own models where it is within our environments, we have positive control over it through the entire process. Still an immature process. We're still looking at what that looks like. Some of the conversations at the federal level were what kind of controls can they put in from kind of a standardization process, disclosing what your algorithms are, what the data was that was training your generative AIs. That's to be seen into what they do on that. But looking at models where we have positive control, so something that is within our environment, we have total control is the most ideal situation. We're trying to discourage folks by going out and using things like a open source chat GPT to feed that, because you have no control of the data. So this policy we put in place does say that we have to maintain that control for it to even be acceptable.
Just one follow-up. Mm-hmm. So it seems to me as green of an area that this is for so many people, what steps will you take to monitor, like even staff that, I mean, the reality of it can save a lot of time.
Mm-hmm.
But how do you safeguard that right now? I don't know. It's just
that's the magic sauce we're still trying to work on, being fully transparent with that. So by
staff members then making sure that there just needs to be an openness, among the leadership to make sure they're not getting into areas that they shouldn't.
Yeah, and so
how do you monitor
the policy is the first step, and with any policy, communication to the staff of what is appropriate and acceptable and what isn't is the first step in getting in front of this. And hopefully we kept the policy simple enough where we can widely contribute. There are some technological technological controls we can kind of put in place. So preventing people from going to the websites where they can use this stuff. Making sure that vendors are disclosing it. So we do have an IT individual in contracts and procurement that can monitor for those things to make sure and see the proposals and kind of interject if he sees something off. So we're trying to put some of those gates on the front side as best as we possibly can.
So it would alert you then if they were
Yep.
going in. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think earlier in your presentation, I think you said this kind of exploded a year or so ago. Was that largely due to ChatGPT and its accessibility to everyone?
Yes, sir. That was probably one of the primary drivers of it.
And then my other question is on your slides, well, there's no numbers, but one of them talks about the concern of Kansas data used to train generative AI. And then the next page talks about, it uses the word confidential information. So I think you may have answered it in your prior answer, but if there's information in the public domain, like everything on our legislative website, all the videos, our voices, so you're saying you can contractually possibly stop?
The primary is around the confidential data. So personally identifiable information, things, sensitive data, things that is primary. The public domain is public domain. And that's once it's out there, it's public domain. So they're crawling the websites. They've been doing it for years. Crawl it. That's how the search engines works. I mean, so that stuff is, lack of better terms, fair game. It's a confidential data. We don't want them building so they can build profiles on citizens to sell products, things like that. We don't want them doing that. So,
but everything that's in the public domain on our website, the videos and our voice audio tracks, all that's fair game, as you say.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I'm glad to hear the caution that you're proceeding with. I know there was a news article, Elon Musk had died in a car crash, and you know what I'm going.
Yep.
The AI had interpreted the news inaccurately.
Yep.
Are there consequences for rogue
and
employees? There has to be.
Yeah, with any policy, there's always disciplinary actions for folks that violate it. And so getting the policy in place first is the first step so you can actually have disciplinary action. Because if you don't have policy to say they violated it, I mean, there's no way of holding them accountable to that. Now with the policy
In place and
policy,
what are the consequences?
Yep. It would depend on the severity of the case, but the policy is placed in effect for all executive branch agencies.
Can you give us some examples of the consequences?
I'd have to defer that to human resources on what those consequences would be. So Department of Personnel and Services.
Okay, I'm just afraid they need to be extremely severe because if they use code that, the security is a huge issue along with other issues.
Understood, and that's
inaccuracy.
Yep, that was the urgency of trying to get something in place so we could start having that in place.
Committee to see some of those consequences and what level we're looking at. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, if you could maybe get some of that to us, and
we'll work on getting that to you.
All right, and Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. AI is something that, at least in higher ed, is being deeply looked at, and it's one of those things that, especially for students, we can't really fight it. We have to find a way to identify it and work with it. I'm curious, though, once you have established the policy and the ramifications for that, then what? Is it's going to be something as a standard in which we're going to look at the other systems of state government and see what they're utilizing with AI?
So yeah, obviously our goal as a state is to collaborate across the board between the institutions, the different branches of government, and see, there's a lot of potential that still needs to be explored with it. Higher education is the forefront of that. And so how we can partner with them is something we're looking into. We've had some preliminary conversations on the cybersecurity side with some of the institutions on just how it can ingest data and kind of analyze and help you make decisions. So again, a little bit that's still to be explored, and we're trying to work through what that looks like, because a lot of potential, as you mentioned.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question is, what are you doing at the executive level to look at other states? Are you working with other states? What what are other states doing?
So we regularly interact with other states. So a couple weeks ago, I actually got back from a conference that was all state CIOs and state CISOs talking about what is going on. And so there's several approaches that are being done. A lot of them are looking to implement, they're called a code of ethics or guidelines. Some have some task force that are executing. Some are doing policies, but a lot of them are kind of along the same lines as how can we embrace it, but do it in a safe and kind of cautious manner because of the potential, but because of the concerns. We saw as, the task force is a good idea, but this thing is moving so fast, we had to get something in place from a policy perspective immediately. So I think we're actually not bleeding edge, but we are front of the pack on some of the stuff and getting stuff put out there.
No, I was pleased to see that you had adopted this, started in July. Is that what it was? Okay. And Mr. Chair, this is just a point of clarification for the committee. And Connecticut just passed a law specifically on requiring artificial intelligence systems to be regularly optimized and controlled. They had discovered, I'm looking at an article that I sent to James here, that AI was used to assign students to magnet schools, to set bail, to distribute welfare benefits, and then other tasks related to the citizens of their state as well. So it comes across as like, for me, I encourage everyone to take a moment and just play around with ChatGPT. It's going to be an add-on if it's not with Microsoft Office and their products. You can write everything from a poem to your wife to a speech if you would like. I highly encourage you to read through and not submit, because your wife will be on you if you're using words that you have never used before. But it's something that's not going away. So it's just a point of clarification I hope we continue to pursue.
They may be using a lot of my poems.
Actually, they did cite you once.
And Mr. Chairman,
definitely realize it wasn't me.
Yeah, and I'll add, it's readily available in Microsoft Tools now. I mean, you can, if you have your computer, you can access it right now with a simple click of the button in the Edge Explorer, Edge browser. I mean, it is there and available for everybody to use.
Thank you. One last question is, during our summer session, it was shared that from a Microsoft representative that ChatGPT has actually successfully passed several accredited examinations, including the bar. And so this is a concern because we just passed a bill allowing our online students to take the state assessments at home. And so, and you're shaking your head up and down. So is this something that you've seen too that has happened?
I have read that it has passed the bar in several states. And again, looking at it as kind of search engine 2.0. Again, I don't know what the state assessments, if they're open-ended questions versus multiple choice versus, and that's just a concern with any type of academic integrity that will need to be discussed with these tools.
I'm looking over on this side. Senator Pittman.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Presumably, you're going to bring these up to the ITech Council so that we can then review these as state standards across all branches of government.
So that we can do that.
Yep, I think that'd be the most appropriate path there. As a committee, we got to remember this is a beneficial technology as well. We've already used it for fraud detection inside of the unemployment system. The post-audit crew used AI to help generate and go through massive amounts of data to find certain aspects to help us understand what kind of fraud had happened. So that was a great application of it. In that, if we had our own training system inside of our KLIS system, we could generate our bill briefs. I'm still waiting on some bills to be drafted from last year. So I know that this can help with looking across all statutes if we feed it the right information and then generate things, even looking across other states as examples, versus necessarily relying on our legislative staff to do all that work. It can actually do that really fast. And even though the code is a concern from a security standpoint, we must acknowledge that it often writes better code, more secure code than our individuals who are prone to lots of human errors and what level of competency they have inside of code writing. So there are huge benefits to the state in terms of efficiencies, but we do want to proceed with caution, obviously. Thanks.
All right, and this is definitely not the last. I mean, we're going to have more of a more time on just AI later. Later, probably October or somewhere around there. So we will do a deeper dive with other presenters. But we wanted to, since these policies came out, you know, I think we probably, just like Connecticut, eventually we're probably looking at legislation when that comes out. I'm not sure, but I'm sure that's got to be something that we're going to do eventually. All right, so thank you.
All right,
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
Tom
Senator.
Holland, I had my hand up. Sorry, didn't mean to upset the apple cart.
Oh, that's all right. Go ahead.
I had a couple of questions I wanted to toss in here. First of all, thank you for your presentation. Just considering basically how pervasive AI is in the world economy, I guess one of the general questions I have is that, you know, regardless of what Kansas legislates, do we basically have some, you know, ICC considerations or something where basically whatever we might legislate just doesn't matter because the federal implications of the Interstate Commerce Commission basically will be superseded at the federal level. Can you comment to that at all? And I guess combined with that, can you tell me from the perspective, what are the feds doing that might be able to help us potentially?
Yeah. So one of the things we do know the National Institute of Standards and Technology, which is through the Department of Commerce and sets, you know, kind of federal technology standards, is kind of in the forefront of them setting, you know, federal policy, which usually then trickles down to state agencies that partner with federal data and stuff. But I do believe there are still some serious considerations about federally regulating AI. I know in the earlier conversation they were talking about standing up a federal organization, kind of like a NERC regulatory commission, to essentially authorize and certify generative AI tools that has some sort of, they called it a nutrition list of what the algorithm was and what its data sources were, where they had to disclose that and monitor that. So those are still early in the conversation. NIST is actively publishing guidance document on effective uses of it. That's stuff we take into consideration or constantly monitoring. Those are the big things I'm aware of. From the commerce perspective specifically, sir, I do not have an awareness of that. So
I was just curious about the commerce perspective because there's lots of things we try to do at the state level where we're told, no, you can't do that because that violates, you know, the Commerce Clause across the states. So a second question, Mr. Chairman, I want to follow up with and kind of get more to where I believe Representative Haskins was going down. I'm extremely concerned about AI implementation through state systems functionality, where we get into the situations of where a system is making determinations versus officials, you know, the bureaucrats, the people. I'm really concerned about, obviously, when you transfer those decision-making responsibilities, we start to lose accountability and transparency to the system. And my question is in the original draft, the statute you're putting together, your recommendations, what it is, are we exclusively identifying areas in which we do not want AI capabilities being used for specific functions of government? For example, I'm particularly concerned, one of the things would be, obviously, from a civil liberties perspective, surveillance. Do we make any statements about how AI will not be used to, you know, in essence, you know, spy on our citizens? What do we do as far as AI not being used to, say, when somebody applies for a particular, you know, say, social program, whatever it is, that somehow AI isn't making that decision? So we potentially, you know, run the risk of, you know, dropping off, you know, qualifying citizens who should have been allowed to get on. What are we addressing specifically as far as proactively describing the scenarios in which AI is allowed to make determinations on applicability to programs and just security and when I talk about, you know, community security and things like that? Thank you.
So from a policy perspective, our policy specifically outlines a handful of use cases that it cannot be used for. It first, to read through them, the responses can't be used verbatim. Obviously, again, we want people proofreading it, making sure they're accurate, things like that. It cannot be assumed that it's truthful, credible, and accurate. So trying to set that up front beginning. It should not be treated as a sole source of reference for any program. Should not be used for issuing of official statements. It should not be used for writing policy, writing legislation, or regulations. We need humans who understand the complexity of relationships and things like that. Obviously, it cannot be solely relied upon for making final decisions of any matter. So again, pretty broad, but to encompass and capture all the use cases you're talking about, sir. And it cannot be used to impersonate individuals or organizations as well. So again, we do know that was one of the primary concerns of, the more enhanced deep fakes, things like that. So we are explicitly putting that into policy, but we do have some broad statements to capture the use cases you're describing.
But I mean, I guess my concern with that would be is that in essence, that really would allow the, basically any of the branches to proactively, basically implement AI determination, logic, routines, whatever. But as long as they could say, well, we've got a report or we've got something on the back end that would just give us a heads up to review this or something, it's legit. And I'm wondering if you need to basically have a much more closed door scenario. Basically, you will not do this, period for these, and just line them out, just so we understand where that's going. My fear is once again, this gets pervasively adopted in our systems, okay, and we really aren't aware of it until, the problems that crop up after the fact. And so that's just a concern I would have with this, is that how do we know, as either legislators sitting in this committee or just, in the legislature period, that AI hasn't already taken over and is causing problems and we're unaware of it? I mean, that's my concern here.
And so again, this is specific to executive branch. As we get into specific use cases, agencies will have to craft their specific processes and policies accordingly to meet the policy that is not making final decisions. So again, that would be a case by case, agency specific. There's no way from the top where we could identify every use case. We'd have to defer that to the agencies to make those determinations.
And does anybody then go back and basically review what the agencies have determined? How do you know the agencies aren't working in a silo where we're going to have problems?
Yeah, that's one that we just have to be open and transparent with each other is the big thing. And again, communicating expectations and what they're required to do.
Okay. And then just I guess just a general question for you, because you referred to it earlier. I mean, obviously anything out there in the public domain, it sounds like it's fair game for all the data crawlers and everything else going on, the miners to feed their AI machines. But having said that, are we running the risk of basically starting to have a chilling effect on people wanting to use, vital and integral, state information systems? Because at some point they're going to be saying, how are my interactions being leveraged? Is there something down the road that's going to take advantage, say, of my interactions with the system today? If I apply for X or Y or Z, or if I'm just trying to get some information, is there somebody, a way that people will actually be able to surveil me because I did this, because somehow that transaction in whatever minimal way is publicly recorded? How do we basically not make citizens afraid that any interaction with a government system is the potential to be surveilled?
So with the privacy perspective, with any of that stuff, obviously, agencies want to collect as little information as possible, so they're not obviously liable for one, but to complete their job. So in most cases, an agency looking forward, developing some sort of opt-in clause, and it's default deny unless an agency or an individual opts in to let their data be, I'm trying to think of the appropriate word on this, leverage to optimize services for the individual. So if an individual wants us, I've submitted for these benefits, what other benefits am I eligible for, type thing. That's where we have to do some opt-in privacy stuff. And so again, asking each agency, to have the privacy in focus when we start evaluating these type of tools is key as well.
Yeah, and I mean, we're going to have a lot of questions. I mean, we're not going to be able to answer a lot of these questions yet, right now, and we are going to have a deeper dive into this later. So, I think that we're on the right track to start. We just have to continue to have these conversations and probably fairly quickly. I mean, but we're gonna. I think we're gonna go on because we need to
Okay.
keep moving. So
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the dialogue.
Yep. Thank you. All right. So I guess if we can go ahead and go to you want to go to the second quarter? Is that what you want to do?
Quarterly report, and we'll have Alex Wong.
Okay. Yeah, Alex.
Information technology architect, give that update.
Thank you. Alex, is your microphone on? I just got a text that they're not hearing you.
Can you hear me? Hello?
I don't know. Go ahead and keep talking and see if.
All right. So KDHE have two new projects. Are you?
Yeah, they're saying the online is not showing the slides. Oh, I see. Okay. But they are showing it on WebEx. Oh, on Harmony. Okay.
Sure.
Go ahead, Alex.
Okay, continue.
Yeah.
Okay. So we got two new projects from KDHE. We talked about the first one. The second one is the newborn screening follow-up management system that is going to also replace the legacy system that they have today, that with the goal of improving the current workflow and automate some of the information exchange process within other system. KU have two new planned projects. Both of them are infrastructure. The first one is to upgrade a 5 years old wireless infrastructure for all the campuses in KU. And the second one is to upgrade the School of Business audio-visual infrastructure to use a AV over IP infrastructure, which is a new technology that they're going to explore within the University of Kansas. So that is the new projects. So real quick from a phase perspective, those projects are the one that is currently now putting together requirements, and then they are now going through. When they are done with those requirement settings, they will submit to KETO, and that will start the advise and consult process. So I want to point that out, that you will see those projects coming through advise and consult as we collect those information as needed. And then the next slide here are the projects that is approved. That means they have went through the advice and consult process and also received the CETO approval to move forward. And these are the ones that is going to go through procurement process now. So we got DCF having a Kansas Management Information System for a modernization project that replaced the originally implemented project back in 1989. So that's a effort to modernize that system. Corrections is going to have a project to provide secure access to computers for inmates to use for word processing, learning management system, and receive classwork and resources used for classes. OITS is starting to put together a governance, risk, and compliance. That's what GRC stands for, to leverage an existing ServiceNow platform to add more intuitive and user-friendly integration with the risk management capability. And last, transportation has a bridge inspection project portal that is 10 years old, and it's now a time to upgrade to the newer technology to collect and report bridge inspection information for the Federal Highway Administration. Those are the new approved project. And now we're going to switch gear to talk about the active projects. So for active projects, we're currently tracking 34 active projects. And these are the projects that is currently in implementation. 22 from executive branch, 11 from the regions, and 1 from legislative branch. And I am going to talk about the status on the new ones. So you can see that there's 15 of those projects are in good conditions. 10 of those are in good conditions, and they're infrastructure projects. There's 3 recasts, 4 in alert, 1 in caution, and 1 did not report. And we're chasing that down. And I'm going to go through the new ones that come through this quarter. The first one is Department of Administration. They are starting the effort to implement the Capitol Complex security projects, and this is to replace the legacy access control system and all the videos surveillance camera within the Capitol Complex. Second one is Pitt State University. They are implementing the student management solutions that is going to replace their current student information system that is 39 years old with a new cloud-based system. Transportation is starting the effort on the bridge office management system and set aside, and that will upgrade the legacy system that was built in 1978 and going to leverage the newer technology that will reduce the need to have additional staff to support the system.
Alex, I got a question here. Senator Peterson.
Alex, that bridge inspection portal, is that tied in with the bridge management system that's going on, or is it a separate system?
I do not have that information, but I can take a note on that and get back to the committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so the last one is also transportation, and they're working on the reinforced concrete box system update to replace the legacy system that is currently end of life. So those are the new active projects. There is an active project that is currently in cautious status, and when we say cautious, that means they have some criteria that is behind between 10 to 20% of what they originally set. And this one is Pitt State University. They are working on their student financial aid system, and they are behind 11% on some of the tasks they are supposed to finish in this quarter. and they are working on catching up on that in this quarter. Then last is the active project that is in alert status. And these are the projects that is behind more than 20% of the initial reporting on both on either budget or scheduled or task or deliverables. Right. The first two is from KDATS and DCF. Those two projects are also set to be presenting in more detail this afternoon. The committee have requested that in the last meeting. So I'm going to defer those two projects to the afternoon sessions for them to elaborate on the status of the projects and some of the challenges that they are currently facing. Transportation have that equipment management and capital inventory system replacement. The project is behind on deliverables and tasks because of resourcing issue. So in this quarter, there's some resources that they need that is assigned to other more priority projects. And so these resources are relocated back in Q3, and they are on track to still complete the project on time and on budget. And lastly, wildlife and parks, they have the smart crop record management system that is behind on task. And those tasks are not completed in this quarter because they're working with KBI on some of the data integration that they will need for the system. And they run into problem with those system integrations and have decided to use a different method to connect to those systems. They're working on it right now in Q3, and it's expected to catch up on that in Q4. So that's all I have with the project status. I will stand for any questions you might have.
Alex, that brings up a question that I have. I have heard from other states that before an agency goes forward with any sort of upgrade or change in their system, that they have to run a program that maps out and to make sure that they understand every place it touches before they. Do we do that? Because it seems like to me that is one of the issues that this constantly comes up, is that we get into we start working on a system, and then all of a sudden it's integrating with another agency or another system that we didn't realize. And my understanding is that there's programs out there that would alert us that before we started. So is that anything that we do?
So I am not aware of a central system that see all the data across the state of Kansas. Right? I know there are specific systems within agency. Usually those are bigger agency that they might have like the terms that we use now is like data warehouse, right? Where they actually absorb information from other systems and put it into this central repository so that all other systems within the agency will get the data out from the central location. But that is not something that I've seen in a broader perspective. Right? So that actually leads into the conversation of data governance, which is what you're suggesting here. And that is actually a really big topic that IT needs to start thinking about. Because like you said, right, who is determining what system should have access or should have what data to what? Right? Who is making those decisions? Right? And right now it's basically like you said, you see on the projects, some projects is being spin up. And they said, I need this information from this system. So they reach out to that agency, have a conversation, and that communication happens, right? So essentially, we do not have a system that do
right. And I'm not talking necessarily about the day-to-day as much as I'm talking about before we go into an upgrade, that we understand what that system all touches, because I know in the past I've heard it, and it seems like it continues to be an issue. Some of these systems are so old, and they've been upgraded, they've been kind of piecemealed together, and we don't know necessarily where it all. Some of the people that developed them are no longer there, things like that. I think it's something that we need to look at. And I know there's software out there that before a agency starts going through a project, they have to run, and maybe Jeff's kind of chomping at the bit over there, I think, a little bit. So maybe I might have him come up. They have to run something that gives them a map of everything it touches, so that we don't have all these surprises.
Yeah, yes, sir. Jeff Maxon, Interim Chief Information Technology Officer, Executive Branch. So ideally what the process should be is we have documentation that exists of what interfaces are there. But anytime an organization is going into a project, they should be doing some sort of use case requirements and gathering that information so they have it to build into either their RFP or project plan. That is something that we don't have a tool to do yet to assist them. So it is still a manual process, but it's definitely something that would be worthwhile to explore. So
I think it's something we need to look at. I mean, just my little novice ability to look at. I know there's tools out there, and I think it's something that that we need to be looking at. I think it would help some of these projects.
yes, and that is one of the big things we are pressing upon agencies as they go through document so we can hang on to it, have it, update it continuously. It's a living document. It's just not we did it for the sake of the project, throw it on the shelf and move on. Keep it up to date because as new statutes and legislation comes through, that may dictate new interfaces, things like that. So we have to keep track of that. So again, kind of two-part, keep documentation up to date, do the use case gathering, but definitely we can definitely explore some sort of interface scanning type tool. So absolutely.
Any other questions? Yeah, Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is really just a point of clarification. And being new to the committee, I'm looking at the minutes from Q1 IT report, and there was the Kansas Highway Patrol, the Kansas Department of Transportation, Kansas Department of Transportation. So it looks like there were three projects that you identified as alert status. And now we are in Q2, we have 4 new projects that are in alert status. Am I correct in my interpretation? Is there now 7 projects that are in alert status up to the end of Q2?
So alert status on all active projects. Those are not just the new ones that we're reporting. We'll continue to keep track of all the projects that's in alert. So some of those that is dropped off from that is either they got caught up, so they no longer is in the alert status, so that they're not reporting into this quarter, or they have completed the project already.
Okay, and so now that's my question so how are the other 3 that you reported the last time?
I can look into the project and get back to you. I don't have it right in front of me.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yep.
I think some of them are the same.
They're the same.
I think so, at least 1 or 2.
And if there's a place, Mr. Chair, that I'm supposed to look to not at, I'm happy to on this. It just seems misleading on presentation. That's all.
Yeah. What you can do is you can go to the ks.gov website, and that's where I'm at right now, where it shows those IT projects, and you can kind of compare. I don't think it tells on here how long they've been in alert.
Oh, they probably won't tell you how
Yeah,
long.
but
They will tell you
can look
when
at
it was,
last
like the current status.
report and this report.
Yep.
I mean, DCF has got 2 of them, I know for sure, that have been alert for.
Yep.
2 out of the 4 I know have been, and I think maybe
The transportation one is
transportation
also,
one
yes,
has
correct.
2. Yeah.
And the same one for Wildhouse and Park. All these 4 was reported on the last quarter.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, and that's helpful. Thank you so much.
Any other questions?
All right, seeing none, we're going to go to the next topic. And this one will take a little bit time, so I need to be cautious on time as well. So we talked about this new business risk assessment process in our last meeting. And we are going to present you with more detail of exactly how that process works with 2 examples. Right? One example is a reportable project. Right? One that went through the process, and the outcome of it is keto reportable. And the other project is one that went through the project and is not keto reportable. Right? So we're going to go through it one by one, and then also walk through the whole process step by step. Okay? And so I will try to be cautious of time as well.
Okay, and Alex, I want to just kind of preface with everybody. So, we had a lot of discussion last time about are the risk factors where we want them to be, what designates the risk factor. So what I asked them to do is exactly what Alex is saying. He's gonna go through 2 different projects. One was reportable, one was not. Let's not get real bogged down on whether or not at this point the risk factors are where we want them, because that's a later discussion that we can have. I just want to kind of start us to see the process, and then we can go from there.
Yep, exactly. Appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. And again, I want to emphasize that this is still really early. Right? We just started to do this in July 1st. So we are currently seeing project comes in, and we are basically evaluating every single one of them. And we'll have more data points to share with the committee later on. All right. So let me get started. Some real quick background. This is not something that is coming overnight. Like we have actually spun up a working group back in 2021 that actually look at this whole process. How do we build out this whole process? What are the concerns that they might have? So we have committee members from region school, from cabinet agency, administration, and so forth to give us all this information to put this together. And so, as I mentioned, this effort started in 2021 and it's completed last year in 2022. And he established all the risk catalog and the attributes that you're going to see in this presentation later on. It also tried to balance the concerns that we have here since the beginning of this proposal, which is we will need a lot of resources to walk through this process if every single IT project needs to go through a process. So they come up with, the working group come up with a two-step process and come up with the currently the business risk levels that that I will talk about later on, and then also conduct those case studies to test the framework at that time. So that's some real quick background. So now I'm going to jump into the actual process. There's actually two steps in this process. Right? One step is a screening process designed to be quick, objective. There's no subjectivity in this. It's asking questions that is really objective to the project itself that you will see later on, and then determine, and the intention is to throw out the low-risk projects. So agency can just submit it real quick, know the result of it, and move on those low-risk projects. For any projects that we consider is needing more evaluation, they go to the second step, which is the risk evaluation. That is consists of about 17 questions, and you will see those questions later on that will come up with this risk score at that point. And based on the risk score, if it is over 2.01 or above, that becomes a keto reportable project. And that's the threshold that we have set up at the moment. So let me walk you through the first process, which is the screening process. And you will see that we are using criteria like, is this something new to the state? Is this something that is modified in a sense of you have something that is already providing that service right now, but you are changing or upgrading? That's modification. Renewal is meaning that you're just renewing licenses. You need to spend some money to do something exactly the same, but you're not changing the integrity of the system. Or decommissioned, right? You're actually shutting something off. So those are the different project solutions. And then we talk about whether the cost is over $1 million, less than $1 million, and whether the ongoing cost is going to be more than 25% of what you're paying today or less than that. And then finally, do you touch any security issue? Are you changing the way the data are being stored if they are considered as RUI information, right? So those are the quick screening criteria that we will ask in the project. There is logic that builds in the system. So when you hit certain logic, you will come up with a result and tell you that whether this is screen out or you have to go do the evaluation process. Okay, so next step is the business evaluation. As I mentioned, business evaluation becomes a 17 questions that actually rank between 1 through 3. Right? And you will see exactly how that plays out when I go through the project itself. But these are the different sections: strategic, operational, security and compliance, financial, and reputational. And individually, those are the attributes that goes into those sections. And each one of those sections will have a security risk score. And then you will see that later on how it plays out. So at the end, you will receive a number, as I mentioned earlier, that threshold right now is 2.01. So if you're equal to that number or above, it becomes a keto reportable project. So starting with the first example, the first example that we have is the State of Kansas Managed Data Center as a Service. So right now, the OITS provide Managed Data Center as a Service, and it is using Unisys as the vendor. That Unisys contract is going to be up in 2 years. And so OITS is starting to put together a RFP in order to identify who is going to continue to provide this service from the state. So when they go through the screening process, this is a modification project, right? Because we have existing services provided, but we're changing how it's going to be provided. So it becomes a modification project. Then the next question that it asks from the logic is it larger than $1 million? And it is. And so it immediately tells you that this project has to go through more detailed evaluation. So now it goes through the evaluation process. And then you can see this is now section by section is a screenshot of the system that I'm putting in front of you. So you see exactly how the user sees it, right? So first thing is going through the strategic section. Is the extent of the goal of the project specific, measurable, and achievable? If it is low risk. If it is not, it is high risk. So in this case, it is very specific. So it is low. So that goes through that section. The next section is operational. And then you can see from here that the first thing is the impact to the state. How high is the impact? It is going to be significant, right? So it is 3. And then what's the business process? Is it going to be really complex? And in this case, it is moderate in the sense of we know the process, but with the new system, the process might change. So it's a moderate risk on here. And then dependency on the risk. Do we need to depend on other system or other agency in order for this system to be successful? Yes, it is. And it's very high risk on this because all the systems that are sitting in the data center are agencies servers, right? So there's a high dependency on that. So that becomes a high result. Next set is continue on with, let's see, let's switch that correctly. Yep. Continue on with operation. 2 more questions being asked. What is the project cost? Is it lower than 1 million, between 1 to 10 million, or larger than 10 million? In this case, it's between 1 to 10, so it is a moderate project. And then the last one is the ongoing cost. Do you expect the ongoing cost to be less than 25% on the existing cost? More than between 25 to 75%, or it's going to be more than 75%? Right? Those are objective questions. And in this case, we're expecting to be between 25 to 75%. So moderate is the answer. So that is the second. And then we jump to the security and compliance section. So basically the first one asking is the extent for the effort of this project itself contains any RUI information or the sensitive information. And this is the data center. You have all sorts of information. So the risk is high. So that's score 3. Is there any association with any legal risk in this program? There is none, so it is low. And then the last question is, how are you controlling? Is there data risk for that? If the data is exposed, if this system is exposed to security vulnerability, what kind of impact is it going to have? It's going to be significant. So this will be high. So you see a high score on that one. And finally, this is reputational. This is actually the continuation of security. Sorry about that. The criticality of the system to the business mission. If this system went down, what is it going to impact with the state of business, state of Kansas business? It's going to be significant again. So it will be high risk. And then security risk from a system perspective. Is this actually a system that is going to be completely isolated from the internet, 100% exposed to the internet, or some of each one of those? So in this case, it's some systems are isolated, some of them are not. And so you score a moderate on this. Right. So the last section that we have is reputational. So from a reputation perspective, how visible is this project? Highly visible, right? So the next one is what kind of impact to the customer that is using this? It will be significant, again, high on that. And then constitutional acceptance, right? Do we have acceptance from the stakeholders and the customers and the constituent? And in this case, we will have some that will support it, some will not. So it's a moderate risk on this effort. So at the end, you will see a score result like this in the system that gives you a breakdown of those scores in individual section, right? So you see that strategic is 1, operation is 2.5, financial is 2, reputation is 2.7, and security is 2.4. So this is something that really helps the agency to really focus on which part of your project requires more attention. What are the risks that you need to mitigate and think about at the very beginning of the project, right? because this at this stage of the project, they have not even started RFP, but they already get something to let them know, like, okay, we need to really think about this piece. And in this case, you see 2.7, which is the highest section score, is reputational, right? So thinking about communication, thinking about making sure that everybody is aware of what's going on, and how do you make sure that if there is a potential outage because of this project, making sure people know ahead of time so they can prepare for those things, right? So you can see that in here, if I put 2.0, which is the current threshold of significant risk, all this area that's out above 2 are significant risk, right? Because this project is risky, right? So you can see that it is scored in that sense as well, and have an overall score of 2.3, 2.29, and that becomes a KEDO reportable project. So let me stop for a quick second before I go into the next project.
Any questions? I think just go ahead and go to the next.
Right, cool. And I also want to mention that this process will work with Office of Procurement. So procurement office, in this case, before July 1st, they only need to see if it is 250,000 or more, right? Now, they need to also check with our office to make sure that they went through this process before they can actually proceed with any procurement, right? So the Office of Procurement is also our gatekeeper.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. So will they document that they went through this process in case there's ever a question about a project that did not make it to the level of reporting?
You mean procurement, correct? Does procurement have a, okay, sorry?
Procurement, that it's not KEDO reportable. So that in case there's a project that goes awry, we'll have history and documentation that they went through this process and
Yep.
where the variables were inaccurate.
Yep. So the screenshot that you see earlier, that is all documented in the new system. So all the documentation is now within the same system, so they can go backtrack and see how they score, and also what are the justifications that they use from those scores as well. Thank you.
And that brings up a point when we start seeing the these reports before we are our consult a part of it. Will we have that information? Okay.
Your new, so I should be clear, you will still see some of those advice and consult from the previous.
Right.
So
Yeah.
you will see
fully implemented.
Correct. So that will be trickling. There's some transition happening in the middle. Right. Anything that is reported after July 1st, you will see that in that advice and consult email with the risk score included.
Okay. All right.
All right. So after that, this is one project that is not KEDO reportable, and so this project is specifically with they need to do a network heat map. Heat map is a wireless assessment to see like how big of a coverage or no coverages in certain area within a geographical location. So the Kansas Neurological Institute wants to have one done for their campus, right? So this project is $7,230. So I want to point that out because normally we don't see that. That just happens, right? They don't need to go through this risk process at all. So we have no visibility to that. But now, because of the changes of that criteria, they have to go through this risk assessment process, right? So with that said, I should go back one slide real quick. So they basically go through the first question. Is this a new modification, renewal, or decommission? This is a new project. It have not been done before. This is the first time we've done it. That immediately pushed them into the evaluation because it's new. We don't have anything from before to compare. So it just goes straight into the evaluation, right? So in this case, again, I'm going to try to walk through this quickly. Instead of going through the question one by one, I will just say objective, low, and then operational, again, because it doesn't have any impact to businesses. It doesn't have any impact to business processes because they're doing a heat map. They're just walking around with a machine to sort of figure out the frequency and the coverage. So there's no risk on those. And then it goes into dependency and personnel issue, none. Those are all pretty simple. We have a contractor to come in and do those work for us. It is going to be the duration of the project is going to be less than 6 to 12 months. It doesn't have any financial implication, and it also doesn't have any cost over $1 million. It is also not going to have an ongoing cost more than 25% because there's no ongoing cost at all. And then it goes down to security, and because they don't touch any system, right? They're just checking the coverage. So no exposure to any security risk. So they're all considered as low risk. And then at the end, you will see the result as a one for all the risk assessment. So that becomes a non-reportable project, and they move forward with that procurement.
All right, committee, any questions about the process specifically? Anything that I guess stands out that you would like to see differently or on it? Okay. So as we start getting more and more of these, when do you think that we will have enough to really be able to do a deep down in a dive into whether or not we have our assessments where they need to be, so that we can have a presentation here also to kind of look at that?
Right. So in August, August has not finished yet. We currently have about 8 projects that went through the processes, but I think it is still early because we are still guiding agency to make sure that everything goes past it. So I don't want to give you kind of like a month timeline because I'm thinking 3 to 6 months, but I actually need data points, right? So I'm thinking about if I get 50 projects, I have a better sense of where things are, right? So I'm hoping within 3 to 6 months, I should have something ready for a more comprehensive approach.
So probably not before the first of the year. So we're probably looking at something more of in our May meeting or June meeting. Is that what you're thinking?
Yep.
Okay. Committee, I don't know. Is there anything that you would like to see on this before that? Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I think we just need to give it time to let what we have in place work, because I think it seems like we've thought this through pretty well. I mean, I think it's just really more a matter of giving it some time to kind of see how things work. But your sense of it just in the early stages, does it seem to be somewhat accepting from those that you're working with in the agencies?
Correct.
And it seems to be, we've kind of hit the targets, you think?
At the moment, that seems to be the case. But again, some of the things like, remember earlier we talked about screening, talk about new modification, upgrade, right? Those differences. We need to continue to educate the agency so they can differentiate those things, right? Because those changes the logic of how it works, right? So we are looking at every single one that comes in, and some of those we'll have to go back and tell them like, hey, the way that you see it is different than the way I see it, and we need to doubt and change. And I need to note those things and document those so I can see when is the time that it start to settle down, that what they come in is really accurate information, right? So I need some time on that case, and we'll get to a more accurate assessment.
Okay, so my question on the business risk framework work group, how often are you meeting? Are you still meeting quite a bit?
So the last time we went with this is right before we put this in front of ITAC, because this becomes an ITAC policy back in last September, I believe. So we have met with the group at that point to confirm everything looks good. We met once after that to get people start to spread that message, let the agency know this is going to happen. And then we are going to meet with the working group again in the next couple months, because the working group also want to see the same thing that I'm waiting to see, right? Which is the data set.
Okay, so the only thing that I would maybe ask is that looking at this working group,
Yep.
I would maybe like to see that our CETO is on it.
Sure.
If Alan is on it, and maybe even a representative from the judicial, because it does affect them also. So I think that it'd be good for them to have eyes on this. I know they're part of the the
high-tech policy.
But if that's permissible, I don't think there's anything there was no statute or anything that said who. Okay, so that's just an idea that I would like to see. Any other questions? Anything? All right. Okay.
Okay.
I
Moving to my last topic, and I promise you will be quick. I know it's lunch hour. So real quick, this is the enterprise licensing platform, and this is actually a project that is identified as something we wanted to start pursued after we get done with the last year's 3-year project plan. Through that 3-year IT project plan last year, that you have heard that we have changed the format of how we receive that information, and it's more structured. And within that project, we can now see like there's like about 15 to 20 projects related to licensing platform. So we actually took advantage of that and start reaching out to some of this agency and ask them like, hey, do you want to start thinking about using the same platform that is managed by a vendor, but OITS will be responsible for making that liaison or the connection so that we can all have some cost effectiveness between them and have the same platform to manage, right? So we reach out to KREC, which is Kansas Real Estate Commission, and they are willing to partner with us to start looking and putting together some requirements for the first RFP. So through that process, we actually also receive ARPA funding at the beginning of this year. And then because of that, we have more agency that is willing to participate. Right? So that's a total of 7 non-capital agency, which I will have a list after this slide, that they are committed to also be part of this enterprise solution. And the bid is rewarded in April to a company named Acela. And so KREC is now starting to start the implementation, right? So they're working on discovery, they're working on collecting business requirements, and they're expecting to complete in February of next year. Meanwhile, we are also doing demos to the other 6 agencies that you have seen on the screen. And they have seen it, and they are all very excited to be on board so that we can have the same system, same user experience for the citizen of Kansas. And so that is part of the effort of between now to the end of the calendar year. Then we wanted to see and get lesson learned from KREC, right, before we engage in more implementation for the other agency. But because of we use ARPA funding, all this project has to complete by January of 2026.
So I'd have to look through this list and then my other lists of in general budget. I know a lot of these agencies were coming to us saying, we're going to need to upgrade our licensing system. Some of them are getting on board. There's some that aren't. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so once this is done, once we have this license and everything, is it upgradable, I guess, to these other ones when they come to us? And because I think that when they come to us and they say, hey, we want this new licensing system, I believe they should go this direction because it's going to be cheaper for them. Is it open enough that they can?
So let me answer the question in a different way. I think because there's some dependency, I have engaged some non-capital agency where today they're using Excel spreadsheet. And some of them even tell me that they're using a typewriter to type their certificate, right? Those agencies today might not have a lot of cost. And going to this, they will have a ongoing licensing cost that they will resolve. So that is some of those concerns of the agency that did not came on board, is they have not figured out how to sustain a long-term operational funding to support that system, right? So that's one. Another one is some agency have an existing licensing platform that they are very familiar with and happy with, right? So they will continue to use that platform for their licensing features.
Okay, and that's fine. I don't want them coming to me next year or a year after or whatever, not sure how long I'll be there, but,
right.
And saying, hey, we want this new system, we want this new licensing system when they could have gotten on this.
Correct.
If they want to stick, with what they've got, fine. But if they're going to upgrade, so is this contract going to be so that you can add 5 or 6 more?
Yep,
easily?
correct. It is.
It is.
We're setting up this contract as a master contract.
Okay.
So the contract is actually within OITS, but not within the agency itself. Right? So OITS is serving as a broker of this service. And so as new agency comes in and asks for their services, they can sign into this same master contract that we have for the other agency.
Yeah. And I think it's great. I think it's a move we need to continue to make, is having more of this centralized. So Senator Pittman.
Thank you. And yeah, I think that if we are doing these things, I mean, we got to get up with the 21st century, right? With some of these, make it more centralized, secure. Are there technical challenges with some of these agencies with monitoring CT, like continuing education credits and these types of things, certain license credentials, history? Does this system cover all that as a potential? I mean, have we looked around and said, what are the potentialities that we might need to cover and make sure that they have this?
So I won't say 100% because there are agencies that their integration point is different from the other depending on their needs, but it is set up to do that. Right? The system currently is set up to build on a API approach so that you can actually go to other system backend and bring that information back in as needed. Thank you.
Any other questions for Alex? Not seeing any. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your time today.
Guys.
Appreciate
All right.
it.
Okay, committee, we are going to break for lunch and come back at 1:30 with some audits and then presentations by mostly by DCF. So with that, we are adjourned until 1:30. We are recessed till 1:30. Thank you. Committee, let's go ahead and get started. Before we go on, let's have you had a chance to look at minutes for the July 31st meeting? If so, can I get a motion to accept them? Moved by Senator Peterson. Is there a second by Representative Curtis? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay. All right, committee, we are going to actually before we go on, just a couple of housekeeping things. We are going to not have the meeting in September because that is the same day as the cybersecurity, right? Yeah, the cybersecurity in Wichita. So, Jeff, would you like to come up, maybe talk a little bit about that in case people want to attend that? We had thought about having a meeting there, but I don't think we're going to do that now. So it's just going to be if you want to attend.
All right. Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, Jeff Maxon, interim Chief Information Technology Officer and State Chief Information Security Officer. So last year, after receiving feedback through the Governor's Cybersecurity Task Force, we put together a cybersecurity summit for public sector folks down in Wichita as our inaugural. We had over 200 people attend from city, county, school districts, universities, some critical infrastructure partners. This year, we partnered with an organization called GovTech, which is a government technology magazine company, to put on the second summit, which will be again down in Wichita on September 20th. Again, it's a full day cybersecurity kind of conference summit, bringing in all the public sector to hear about multiple different topics, generative AI being one of them, and then just also, preparedness for general cyber risks that we're all facing, and then just how we as a state can do better. So that'll be September 20th down at the Wichita Doubletree, Wichita, get this right, the Wichita Airport Doubletree Hotel. And again, that is something we'd love to have participation from elected officials. And so that is something that we're continuing to make it regular. So
can you send us out an email?
Yep.
With all the particulars?
Yes, we can absolutely do that. So
Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And then there's another event that's coming up next week, right? The
Yes.
Kansas Digital Government Summit?
Yes. Next week on August 31st, again, partnered with GovTech. I believe this is I'm going to check, this is our fifth year doing this kind of digital government summit, where again, it's open to public sector organizations. So cities, counties just talk about how we can provide better digital services to citizens, emerging topics that are worth conversations. There are speakers that come in from outside Kansas to present. It's in partnership with GovTech and then also with our vendor community of just what's out there and how do we become better providers of digital services. So that's full day next week as well. And we can send information out on that as well. That is here at the Hotel Topeka next week. So I don't know what, I think it's Hotel Topeka. It keeps changing the name. Capitol Plaza is what I'm familiar with. Manor Conference Center, yes. So.
Okay. Yeah. So we will, we'll most likely be sending out something if we're going to look at the schedule and see, we will most likely have a meeting sometime in first part, mid November, but that's yet to be totally determined. So the next meeting will be most likely October 18th. All right. Okay. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, committee.
Okay, so we are going to move to the child support performance audit. Matt Etzel is here. Matt, did I say your last name right? All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm from Legislative Post Audit. I'm Matt Etzel. I was asked to come today to go over the results of an audit that we did earlier this year that evaluated the state's child support payment system. This audit had a few different questions for us to answer, which is listed on page 2 of the report that you all should have. But for the sake of this presentation, I'm really going to be focusing on just one of our objectives, and that was to determine whether the state's child support system is effective and timely in collecting child support payments. In short, what we found was that a few different data limitations, mostly stemming from DCF's outdated computer systems, really limited our review of the state's child support program. And then we found a few other examples where that same computer system also had some limitations on what DCF could do to really aggressively monitor delinquent child support payments or late child support payments. Before getting too far into my findings, I just wanted to give you all just a little bit of background on the state's child support system. So the child support system is an ongoing payment arrangement between a non-custodial parent and a custodial parent. And those payments, of course, are meant to provide financial support to help those children. In Kansas, the Department for Children's and Family, DCF, is primarily responsible for administering the state's child support program. And their responsibilities can really be broken down in kind of two main buckets, what you call establishment and enforcement. So establishment would include things like creating case files, locating non-custodial parents, or establishing paternity. Enforcement then really involves monitoring already established cases to help ensure that payments occur on time and in full. So DCF has some different tools that they can use to help enforce those child support payments. They can withhold income. They can collect on parents' state or federal tax returns. In some severe cases, they can also work to get a contempt order against a non-paying parent. To do this, DCF does use two private contractors. At the time of this audit, those were Young Williams and Maximus. But Kansas is also a little bit unique compared to other states in that in addition to DCF, court trustees are also responsible for overseeing certain child support cases in the state. So that's what we refer in this audit to kind of the dual track process between DCF and court trustees. So just depending on the specific case, either DCF along with its contractors or a court trustee may oversee that child support case. So that's just real quick, a little bit of background to kind of set the stage for some of our findings. So I'll go ahead and move into those now, which begin on page 10 of the audit report. So in this audit, we faced a number of data limitations, which prevented us from doing kind of the comprehensive, detailed review that we really set out to do. And there's really two problems that we encountered here. First, there wasn't a comprehensive data set of all child support cases in the state. And that's really due, going back to that dual track system that I was just talking about. So DCF receives state and federal funding. As part of the requirements to receive that federal funding, they have to report on certain performance metrics to the federal government. Things like percent of timely payments or payments collected, percent of debt collected for outstanding payments, those sorts of things. The trustees, on the other hand, they don't receive the federal funding. They don't have to comply with the same reporting requirements. So that idea of kind of them maintaining their own data set really didn't exist. So really, ultimately, what we were left with was really just an evaluation to focus on DCF's performance, which again is just kind of one piece of that dual track process in Kansas, because that the universe for those cases and the specific metrics for those cases that the trustees handled did not exist. So that was the first kind of data limitation that we ran into. The second one really focused on DCF's child support computer system, which I think is probably the more relevant issue for this committee. Basically, at a high level, DCF's outdated computer system really prevented us from determining how timely or effective its child support services were. So just unpack that a little bit for you here. As I'm sure you're all aware, DCF has been using, in our estimation, nearly 25-year-old mainframe system to manage the state's child support program, which created several issues for us. For one, we couldn't get the detailed case level data that we wanted from DCF system. We wanted to use that data to determine whether cases were being processed correctly, whether they're timely. We also wanted to do some deeper dives into the data, look at things like whether certain parts of Kansas were more or less successful in collecting child care payments. So we really wanted that detailed case level data, which we couldn't get. And the reason for that, DCF officials told us they collect this information on their cases, but it wasn't readily accessible. They were unable to query that information for us. And as far as we could tell, that issue seemed to stem from a lack of staff who were familiar with the kind of complicated queries to really successfully query that data for us in that outdated older system. Once we understood that that data pull wasn't possible, we also tried to review a sample of just the underlying case files themselves. The thought was maybe we could go in and kind of collect the relevant information that we needed to complete our analysis. But we also ran into some issues here. Apparently that system, that case management system, is not very user-friendly. Officials told us it would require an extensive amount of staff time to train us on how to interact and then also interpret what we were seeing in that case management system in order to document and collect the information that we needed. We did go through a couple of examples with them. They pulled them up and we were going through, and we tend to agree it wasn't very user-friendly, and the amount of time that it would have taken us to be able to collect data, even for a very small sample, was just not reasonable. So instead, we pivoted. We ended up relying on 4 federal performance metrics to try to get a general indication of DCF's performance. Those metrics measured, paternity established, support orders established, collections or payments enforced, and debts enforced. So the amount of outstanding payments or late payments that had been collected. Unlike that case level data that we were trying to request initially, the data that DCF collects for the federal government, it seems to be at a higher level. It's in aggregate, which DCF officials told us that is something that they are able to query from their system and provide to the feds. So that is basically what we had to rely on for this audit. So it gave us a general idea of DCF's performance. It wasn't nearly as comprehensive or detailed as what we would have liked. What we found, just briefly in reviewing those 4 metrics, was that Kansas generally performed well on metrics to establish cases, but not as well on metrics to enforce those cases. So figure 2 on page 13 of your report kind of summarizes those findings in a couple of tables. So as you can see in that figure, DCF did a pretty good job on establishing paternity and support orders. They even, over the last few years, they had exceeded there's an upper and lower threshold set by the federal government in terms of performance benchmarks. DCF had even exceeded or met that upper threshold for those 2 establishment metrics. But you can also see in that lower table there, in that figure, DCF performed worse when it came to enforcement, so in collecting payments and enforcing debt. Even though, so that bottom line there is that minimum threshold set by the federal government. So you'll see DCF did meet that minimum threshold, but there's still a significant amount of unmade payments in the state over those years. So just taking one of these years as an example, in fiscal year 2021, DCF collected about 57% of child support payments that were owed that year. And that means that roughly of the $584 million in payments owed that year, only about $333 million were collected. In talking and working with DCF, there seems to be a few reasons why those collections have been so low. For one, the nature of the cases DCF gets are probably a little bit more difficult to enforce, at least compared to the cases that the trustees tend to handle. But once again, we found that outdated computer system also limited what DCF and its contractors could do to really quickly identify and address delinquent payments. So, just backing up for a second, it's really important to quickly identify those late payments. It ensures parents don't experience, undue financial hardship, but the more time that passes, the harder it might be to locate the non-paying parent or to try to identify, assets that they could use in lieu of those late payments. So it's important to address these things quickly. In talking with DCF, it didn't appear that they had a process to quickly identify these late or delinquent payments. So, they can see the individual case files that I had mentioned earlier. They can run periodic reports, I think monthly, to show payments that were made in that month. But what they didn't have, and what we were more looking for, was more of an automated process to flag delinquent cases in real time. So, in looking at some of those processes to review the monthly reports and those sort of things, I think that's helpful, but it's, again, mostly a manual process, not something that runs automatically or in real time, which, again, we think is pretty critical for this process. As I'm sure you're aware, DCF is in the process of updating the system to move off of that mainframe. From what we could tell during the course of our audit, that project began around 2021. I think it was initially anticipated to be finished around February 2024, at least with the information that we had. We wrapped up field work on this in February of this year. I'm sure there's been changes. I'm sure the committee actually is probably more up to date on the status of that project than I am at this point. But basically what I wanted to do today was just to come in and try to shed some light on some of the limitations of that mainframe system in terms of monitoring cases, how it's impacted the state's ability to effectively collect child support, and why it's important that that new system kind of get up and running. That's a pretty high level overview of the audit, but I'd be happy to stand for any questions the committee has.
All right, committee, any questions? Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a couple questions, being new to this process as well. First question is related to contacting the 5 child support offices in Colorado, Mississippi, Montana, Nebraska, and Oregon. How are those states selected? Why were those states selected? Do they represent best practices? Are they a good model for us to pursue?
I think they were generally similar to Kansas in terms of population size, demographic, and those sort of their child support populations. We also tried to find states that might be similar to Kansas in terms of that dual track process. That doesn't appear to happen anywhere else other than in Kansas. It also represents a little bit of a mixture of states that we wanted to talk to a few states that had a more modern system than Kansas has to see what some of the benefits of that are. Through that, we learned they are able to do some of those automated flagging techniques and those sort of things. So a variety of different things, demographics, the type of computer system or platform that they were using led us to select those states.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, going on to your page 13 on the bar chart with enforcement services, it's pretty alarming that we're not even have we ever attained the Fed max on this? But then my question is like, what states are reading that? And if that's in the report, I do apologize.
No, it's a little bit difficult to read. And so it's figure 3, and it's going to be on page 17. This is an interactive figure. So if you were to go on our website and see this, you'd be able to click between the 4 different metrics that we evaluated, and it would redistribute Kansas's ranking in terms of those other states for those 4. We basically created it just for the static paper copy. We just created a screenshot of collection enforcement, because that is where Kansas was towards the bottom nationally. We ranked 57th, with the high being Pennsylvania at 84% of collections. So that information is there. It's not in terms of necessarily seeing the min and max, but it does show where Kansas ranks nationally in some of those metrics.
And I guess my last question related to this is, what has anything been done to see, the top 5 here, even though Pennsylvania is barely above the Fed max? What has been done to see, okay, what are they doing right and what should we be doing? And I was just curious if there's any comparison to that or any correlation of something that would make us successful.
Yeah, so question 2 really was more of a comparison between Kansas and other states. And that is where we started looking at those rankings, right? And so I think there's probably a few things going on there. One, I think the system that the state is using, I think updating. I'm not saying that that'll solve the issues, but I think that will help. With DCF's potentially with DCF's performance on some of these things. The other thing that we heard, which I think was kind of interesting, like a state like Pennsylvania, basically all child support cases go through their state welfare agency. So in Kansas, because of that dual track, only cases for parents who are on social service benefits like Medicaid, TANF, SNAP are required under federal guidelines to basically mandated to have child support services through DCF, basically whether they want it or not. So if they're applying for Medicaid and they're a single parent, they would also get put into the system for child support payment through DCF. Other cases are handled through trustees. What DCF told us is basically that creates kind of a bifurcated system as far as performance results, where they're getting a lot of cases that are some of the more challenging cases to enforce child support. So compared to other states like Pennsylvania, where they're getting all cases, not just ones, they call it 4D cases on the social service program. So there could be differences in demographics as well between Kansas and other states, just in terms of who is required to use, in our case, DCF or whatever that social service agency is. So that's a long way of saying some of the demographics, some of the comparisons to other states might be influenced by how the child support program is set up in Kansas compared to other states as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Yeah, Senator Peterson.
Yeah, on page 16, on the second bullet point, the 165% of cases for Arizona, is that two requirements added together, or is that a typo?
No, that is correct. So the reason for that, and it's footnoted, it is kind of difficult to see in that figure. I apologize. So those performance metrics can exceed 100%. And that is the result of there's two different paternity measures, but paternity established also is a reflection of the prior year. So it is in some ways combining 2 years worth of performances and how they compare those two things. So it looks a little bit unusual, but it is because it's a combination of 2 years worth of performance.
So I'm looking at the 81%, that could actually be like 40 and a half for low.
Well, I can't do that math top of my head, but that may be one way to look at it.
All right. Any other questions? Okay. Seeing any? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Is DCF here? Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't see you, Tom.
There we go. All right, that's better. Afternoon, Chair and committee members. My name is Tom Pagano. I'm the CIO for DCF and KDADS, which includes the state hospitals as well. And I'm here to talk to you about 4 different project initiatives today. And I'll try to keep after the slides. All right. The first one I'd like to jump into is a segue actually from the last presenter, which is the Child Support Services replatforming project. And this project, I started this job in October last year, and coming on board, this project was really at the top of the priority list. And so basically, this project is pretty intense, as you'll see here in a minute. The objective of this initiative is to really transition the old 20, 25-year-old system into a more current platform. And while that sounds fairly straightforward in verbiage, it's technically not a very straightforward project. This modernization involves some very old databases, as you would expect, moving to modern day databases. Those data structures are not just very complicated to do a conversion migration with. There's also a very huge volume of data to move through the network and through those pipes. And one must do that with the appropriate security measures in place. Seeing or moving from a mainframe system into the cloud, there's a lot that goes into that, suffice it to say. I do want to clarify one thing. The last time I was here, I think some of the verbiage, some of the write-ups in the reports may have been a little confusing. This actually is the first recast of this project. It has not been recast in the past. There were ups and downs and delays along the way, but it actually had not undergone a recast. So this is the first planned recast, and we plan to present that, or the first planned recast is set for Q3 of this year. So we hope either the next time around, depending on how the dates and the reports work, it may or may not show up in the next revision. So, like I said, when I came on board in October, one of the things that we were really struggling with was the fact that the feds had mandated some de-identification requirements that were not part of the initial scope of that project. And in order to do that, it required a lot of different data manipulations that we'd never planned to do. So working with our vendor Conduit, we had to sort of reorganize that project, reorganize the staffing, do a whole host of things to deal with that change. That's primarily what contributed to the delays. That combined with the fact that trying to staff mainframe skill sets and modern day server environment skill sets and cloud skill sets all across one project and maintain that staffing had become very difficult, frankly. We had a lot of transition along the way. We also, unfortunately, even had a loss, a death of one of the staff that we had working on that project, which had another really difficult impact on the team. So anyways, we are through, I think, the majority of that process. We look forward to presenting a recast plan. We think that plan represents something that's very reasonable and doable, unless there's some other surprise out there waiting that none of us have thought about. But we are looking forward to engagement. I will say, Conduit did make the trip out to visit face-to-face in November. I made that happen in my month 2 that I was on the job. We had a very good heart-to-heart talk, if you will, about where things were. We did replace our project manager and their project manager. And like I said, we reworked a lot of the tasks and technologies, and I think we're in a much better place to go forward. I think we're all very much looking forward to putting this behind us, and projected completion is June 2025. So with that, I'll pause on that one and take any questions you might have.
Any questions from anybody? Okay. Yeah, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a couple of questions. Sure. Because of yesterday, we heard that, well, you have a majority of individuals working from home. How many are working from home on this project?
How many are working from home on this project? excuse me. I don't know off the top of my head. I would need to kind of look at the specifics of that and get back to you on it. But I can do that.
Yes, I'd like to know that because it's my understanding that this is the same system that we saw the legislative post audit regarding. And if you look at page 17, Kansas is in the bottom on enforcement. I mean, it is a major issue. And is the system the problem? Is employment the problem? Are people working from home the problem? I mean, we need to find out what's going on here. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Happy to follow up on that.
Yeah, Representative Wassinger.
I think you could probably ballpark how many people are working at home. Is it over 50% are working at home? Is it under 50%? I mean, are half of the people working at home remotely and half of them are in, or is it less than that?
Sure. I think I may be overcomplicating it in the way I think about it, but when I think about the project, I think about the totality of the project, not just like a group of IT people, because they actually work with the business side and they work with field offices throughout Kansas. There's a whole host of technical work that gets done. And so it's not just like 8 people or 10 people. We're talking many people, and it depends kind of where we're at in the project.
Okay.
So it's kind of like depends on how we define the population working on it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess my question is, why are we so low on enforcement? Is it a result of the software system? Is it a result of the employees?
I think the way I would answer that is I can't really speak to why we're so low on enforcement, because that's more of probably a business or agency question to answer. I will say that with any complicated software, any software at all, there's always a place where the process meets the technology. And I think that what you saw in that audit is very much that's the issue when you're dealing with modern day processes, but technology that's 20 plus years old, they don't fit together very well. And I think that's why we are doing the replatforming to at least get it somewhat current. But the real better solution is the next project I'm going to talk about, which is the CUS project, to really bring things more current. And then I think you will see alignment between process and technology. But as far as why the collection specifically or enforcement is so low, I couldn't answer that from an IT standpoint.
Representative Turner.
See. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I noticed you had mentioned that you replaced the PM, both the state PM as well as the vendor PM.
Yes,
And so I guess that was probably critical to doing the recast. Is that right? And I'll stop there.
Yeah. I think that when as we started to look at the reasons why delays were happening, we started to assess the skill sets of the project managers, and we saw that if we're going to go ahead and change things around, we might as well examine if those skill sets really were the best or most optimal. And we determined that, at least on the vendor side, that they needed to switch up that skill set. On our side, we actually had a very good project manager that chose to leave the state for another position. So it wasn't that we terminated or let that person go or took her off the project. She was actually doing a very good job. It's just that she decided to pursue other employment.
The recast, is that just basically a rebaseline? Just let's figure out where we're at this point and set a better course going forward?
That is correct. When we looked at the de-identification issues and had to rework a lot of things to contend with that surprise, it allowed us to, basically forced us to prolong the project, push it out. While we were at it, we learned a lot more about that data. So there were some other tools that we pulled in that we thought would optimize the process as well going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your time and presentation here. My question is reference to to the trustee system. What work do you do to help collaborate or have true numbers of enforcement and data? Because according to the audit, they lack a statewide trustees data and performance requirements. I'm just curious, what role do you have with them?
I would say, one of the things that I've tried to do since coming on board is to not just look at systems in an independent way, like single systems, and even you'll see it here in a minute when I talk about the CWIS project. But when you look at just a single system, you sort of confine yourself to just the data that's in that one system. And so many times in the processes you're defining there and asking about, they need data from multiple systems. You have to run queries and what have you. So I did kick off a data governance workshop and a data governance architecture plan, because I think as we do this migration and upgrading and replatforming, and we also start work on a new CWIS comprehensive program, we really need to look across all of DCF, and we need to look at those data architectures to make sure we do have the proper context and proper support for those individuals.
So did you put it in here? What's the cost of this particular?
I'm going off memory here. I think it's something around $12 million. I might be a little off on that. It's not on that slide, but
Just the child support replatforming is $12 million.
Yeah, I think I don't know whether that's in another. Yeah, it's in the report. I know it was on the flat panel last time around. I want to say it was around 12.
So did you look at ways of possibly doing this in more stages than just trying to do this all at once, simply because it seems like we're not getting done what we need to get done. So did you look at maybe upgrading in stages instead of trying to upgrade it all at once?
Sure. If you look at the original plan as it was set out, in many ways it did have stages within that, sort of like you have a very large old-fashioned mainframe sitting on a database called DB2, and then you need to get it to a server environment sitting on something like SQL or something newer. And there were steps in that process to take the data, normalize data, verify the data, and then move that data in chunks and pieces, because it's just far too large to do in one step. So there were like phases within that project. When the federal mandates came out after the project has started, and it said, you can't just move this data in the format you have it. You have to go through a de-identification process. That was a whole new ballgame. So even though we had it broken up into chunks, we had to go way back to step one and do a lot of de-identifying even before we got to step two. So it was almost like sending us right back to the beginning again. So even though we did have steps, we couldn't even get to the next few steps.
Is this a off the shelf, or is this a complete build?
This is really just what we call a lift and shift. Basically, you're just lifting up a lot of old data and you're shifting it over to a new platform. The system itself is identical in functionality. It's just to move it to something more current so that you can manipulate and use that data and handle the queries easier and make the data more accessible.
But is that new platform off the shelf, or is it being built?
Oh, sorry. It's being built. It
wasn't an off the shelf option?
Not really, because it's a customized system to begin with, and there's no like mainframe equivalent off the shelf system today. I will say that a lot of the products we're using to migrate it are off the shelf products, though, to move that data.
Yeah. Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's interesting questions, and I think we as a state need to start moving more towards platforms in general, where we have consistent platforms out there that are being used for other systems like unemployment and some other ones out there. And I get where you're going. This is not what you necessarily decided on when you got here in October. And I understand that you're moving to new technology, and that's fantastic. Obviously, when we build things as a state, it makes me very nervous because it's going to be like that for another 10 years. And we're not going to have that necessarily working or interacting with any of our other systems. And that's very frustrating from many, many points of view. I will say, though, bringing the committee's attention, those online, that the DCF does have a little report out at the end of this audit. On page 16, it does talk about the trustee system and that we're not necessarily the lowest on every metric, but this enforcement does seem to be a problem for Kansas. And I just want to point out that they have 3 things, and they are connected to computer related type stuff. In the trustee system, we don't have any access to that data, and the trustee is unique to Kansas. A lot of the non-issues go into the trustee system. So apparently DCF handles a lot of problematic ones, which can bring us down in terms of that metric. And it also talks about how we don't have mandated reporting from the insurance companies is one of the things that could come through systematically. And then there's also another one where Oregon and Nebraska have automatic suspension of driver's licenses enabled by using these computer systems. And then another one here is that DCF relies on parent reporting and delayed and more manual things for flagging these payments. And so there's no systematic way for us to collect those things. So there are some indications for us that if we do improve some of our technology, that this metric could improve. But there's some kind of fundamental things here where we don't have policies in place that would help us enable some of those collections on delinquent child support pieces. So I just want to point that out for those listening online. There is a response here. A lot of it is technology related. So I don't know how much of this is going to be addressed by what we do here, and what would have to be more of a policy impact, more policies in place. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this project's in alert status, the red, over budget, over time.
I do not believe we're over budget,
Okay.
just on the time constraint at this point.
So,
We've talked with the vendor about this is a mutual situation that came sort of via the mandates. So, but at this point, we're still within our budget.
so the estimated cost on this project was approximately,
I want to say it's around $12 million. I've
got 1168 here.
okay. So my memory's not too
So
far.
I just am concerned how much it is going to cost us in the end. The chairman brings up an excellent point as to, did you look at off the shelf? Did you look at other states? If they're, at times we can get those systems for nothing.
Yep.
And just, I know it's not a zero cost because of transporting, but did you explore all those options and opportunities? Because this is taking quite some time, and I just have concerns over the project.
Sure. I will say that there was some very good work done in the early stages, even prior to my arrival, when they did see that these mandates were going to delay. There was a lot of work done with the vendor to reposition and replace or move out some of the folks that were working on it, the consultants, so that we didn't have to pay for the cost of those consultants. So they moved them to other projects and so on. So that was one key good move, I thought, around mitigating cost increases. We also spent quite a bit of time with this vendor and their subcontractors to agree that there's other ways to work through this than just as much at change orders. So we mitigated many, many change orders. Thought it was a very reasonable situation. So I don't believe at this point we're going to see huge spikes in the budget unless some other surprise were to come upon us at this point. And again, back to off the shelf, there are certain pieces of it that are certainly off the shelf. In terms of like the databases we're moving to, they're all off the shelf kind of databases. What we're really customizing is the front end, because that front end is very much mimicking what the old system looked like. It's just on a newer, nicer graphical interface. And no other states have exactly what we had on that old system. So we're sort of catering to what the needs of the folks doing the work are, and that's pretty much customized to what the old system looks like. But the back end of it is very much off the shelf products.
So, well, I guess I understand wanting to make sure that the front end looks the same functionality, but maybe that it doesn't need to. I mean, maybe it needs to. We need to adapt it also, and people can relearn how to do the system. I mean,
I think that's where we're really at the same time talking about they're not really mutually exclusive. This is where we're talking about a comprehensive child welfare system, which incorporates this capability into it as well. So the CWIS project that we are in the midst of reviewing RFPs for will actually encapsulate a lot of the functionality that sits in this system right now.
so then why not put this system on hold until you for the others?
It's a good question. I think that probably was assessed a number of years ago. And because the system is so old and on a mainframe, it actually has some pretty significant risks involved in that. And the cost of that mainframe is just exponentially growing as well. So I think there was probably some conversations about whether it was worthwhile at the time to go ahead and upgrade this while we were planning for the new CWIS system, not really knowing at the time when the CWIS system would get funded and move on. I'm kind of surmising a little bit here. I don't really know that's the history, but after reading through various documentation, that's kind of the pieces, how I'd see the pieces fitting together.
Senator Peterson.
The CWIS system's not supposed to be done till 29, is that correct?
Ultimately 29, but it's a phased, at this point, looking at it as a phased implementation. So we'd want to bring things up earlier in that process. It's not a big bang approach.
Thank you.
Representative Wassinger. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really have grave concern. You have duplicate effort going on because the system is approved and it's $104 million price tag on it. And why, I mean, as the chairman said, why aren't you coalescing those systems together? And it just sounds like poor management. And I'm at the 10,000 foot view looking at this.
I would liken it very much to owning a vehicle with 300,000 miles on it, and you want to make a trip across the United States. It's possible to do it. You might make it, but if you know you're going to be getting a new car in, say, 2 years from now, you decide whether you want to wait on that or not. I think I'm very oversimplifying it, but I think that's kind of where things are at. It's very expensive to maintain. There's no guarantee on some of these products even being available to use on this mainframe going forward. And as you saw in the audit, there's some real serious data problems. So to move the data to something current and avoid a potentially cataclysmic outcome seemed to be a reasonable choice whenever that was made. So I think you could very much look at it from either point of view. It's hard to tell which one's 100% correct. I don't know, but I will say the new system is the ultimate new car, if you will. But how we move this data is probably pretty key to how this works out. And in fact, I'll just say one last thing. If you tried to move the data where it's sitting today in that mainframe to a new CWIS system in one fell swoop, you'd probably fail. It's just too hard to do that. So you're going to have to take a medium step anyways, which is kind of what we're doing inherently in the CSS replatforming project.
And I understand that. It just seems like to me that that these two should be working together. It seems like that that maybe is the first step in the CWIS system, is to get this the database moved. I don't know. It seems like to me that we're doing this, and then we're also saying, well, we want to do this other later, but the two aren't really necessarily. Are they going to mesh together? Is it going to be? Are you going to come back and say, well, in order to get CWIS to work, we're going to have to move this data again?
I will say that as best as I understand it, the current CWIS system will incorporate anywhere from 12 to 20 systems, depending on how you count them and how much you break them down. Those RFPs are being reviewed as we speak here. So the exact design isn't known, obviously, at this point, but that I believe is the ultimate goal, is to incorporate as many of these systems as possible into one more common platform and adjust that platform to the processes. So it is a smoother, outcome. That being said, it's hard for me at the moment to know exactly how much of what this replatforming data, what that's going to look like in terms of the CWIS conversion down the road. I don't have that clearly, in my mind at the moment. I don't think anybody does at the moment. There's definitely some overlap, no doubt, but I think just kind of going back to what I said, I think that just moving the data to make it more current is a good first step. Should we be spending $10-12 million to do that first before we move it over to CWIS? Are there other ways to do that? Possibly. But I do think that step to move it, money aside for a moment, is a necessary evil, because to move it straight from DB2 to something like a CWIS would probably make that $103 million far bigger and introduce a lot more risk into that process. So you can probably look at it from two different ways. I could see both of them legitimate. It just depends on kind of which road you want to get there on.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you very much, and thank you for presentation. I want to circle back, and I want to, because that came up several times, both in the audit as well as your presentation. I want to talk about personnel, and I want, in reference to where you're at today, ballpark, what is your ratio as far as the percent of employees you have on staff and the percent of positions that are open, or how many positions do you need to fill right now based off your budget? How short staff are you?
I don't have the exact numbers or percentages off the top. Again, not necessarily because I don't know the IT staffing ratios. It's more that there's a large contingent of DCF employees that will be participating on this project. And the leadership of DCF right now are working through that staffing plan that you're talking about. They're actually in the throes of hiring, extending offers, and moving people into the CWIS team. Actually hiring people onto the CWIS team, because they've acknowledged and they are fully aware of the fact that they cannot just use the people that are currently in these roles today. The people that are doing these jobs today cannot take on a whole large project at the same time. So actually backfilling some of the positions and moving people onto the project. There's all kinds of different ways they're doing it, but there's a large contingent of non-IT people that need to participate in this project, and those numbers I don't have readily off the top of my head available, but those are available. There's a staffing plan for that. As far as the IT staff goes, we have I hesitate to give a percentage because it's really kind of a guess, but I'd say we probably have 25% on site. The rest are off site, perhaps. But we use a lot of vendors in this too, and these vendors are all over the country. So they're all U.S. based. So if we include those vendors as my staff, because they're supplemental staff, IT staff, then that might skew the numbers a bit. to more working off site. So again, it just depends on how we want to count the head count.
And I believe I'm understanding you, but I wondered again, one of the setbacks to this was the fact that you had an individual leave the state, and I'm just really interested in what do we have all the resources in place, staff wise, personnel wise, to make sure that we're as efficient as possible, because now it sounds like we're pulling somebody who's doing one thing and we're going to bring them up to be trained in this. So it's going to either be a double duty of one position, or we're going to need to fill that. I mean, I'm just curious about staffing plan would be something I would like to see. And thanks for letting me work all this out.
Yes, no problem. We're happy to supply those staffing plans. They're available. They're part of the project that we talk about. But let me just restate that. I think I was a little unclear when I said that. As far as the DCF employees that are participating in this project, it was recognized by the leadership of DCF that we couldn't take the most qualified folks that do the job every day, hands-on, and just say, hey, by the way, now you're going to work on this project, because it's too big of a step, right? So one of two things are happening. Either those people are being moved to the project and their positions are being backfilled with qualified people, or those people are staying put and we're bringing in somebody with DCF experience and moving them directly onto the project. Either way, my point is that we're not just laying the project on top of people already doing full-time jobs. There's just a recognition that there needs to be dedicated people on the project.
Okay, let's go ahead and go to the next project, which is the CWIS project.
Yep, and we've actually probably hit on this one already. So, I'm just gonna read it off here. Project vision is to transform child welfare in Kansas through a holistic approach, enhancing people, process, and technologies to ensure well-being of children and families. That, I think the key words here, and we've already touched on it a bit, is holistic approach, enhancing people and process. I've been doing IT since 1989. I've been in healthcare for 25 years and higher ed for 6 years. If there's anything I've learned from all that time, particularly in healthcare, is you can't just build a system. You have to build the processes around it, and then you have to have the right people. And so I think that is fundamentally what they're trying to accomplish with this CWIS project, is look at process as well as people. And that's why you'll see on this slide, as far as risks and mitigation go, that I have organizational change management in there. Because I think through the hiring process and through the recognition that you just can't squeeze this work in, and you have to hire people to do the job, to do the project work, while you have people doing the actual hands-on DCF work, you have to have those people working together. So this technical consolidation, like I said, there's various numbers, anywhere from 12 to 20 approximate systems, depending on how you count them, that will be coming together to be one. And that will be done in a modular fashion so that you're not waiting 5 years for a big bang. Now, exactly how that happens has not been determined yet, because we're about halfway through the RFP review process. As you see, the budget's $103 million. Funding is laid out there, and we are planning right now to have the design, development, and implementation done by June 30th, 2029. But again, there's a lot going on in this space. We've worked with a number of consultants through the planning and forecasting and design RFP process. And we're finally here at a point where we're reviewing RFPs. So we're all very excited, enthusiastic to get this thing rolling. And I have high hopes that we'll see some wonderful things come from it.
How many vendors do you have bidding?
I do not know off the top of my head. I want to take a guess, but I'd probably be wrong on it right now. I should know it because I sit through this thing every week and look through the details, but we can get that information for you.
Yeah, I mean, more than 3 or?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Any questions?
Oh, since the question was asked earlier, I feel obliged to say it. There's a lot of interaction with other states. We are having multiple calls with many other states to determine what they are doing. This is a very new area. In fact, it's so new, there's only about 8, maybe 10 on the high end number of states that have actually embarked upon projects of this nature, of this size. It's so important that the federal government has been tracking all of these projects in some way or another to try to gather that information so that it's available to states that would like to embark upon projects like this. So we are absolutely utilizing those resources to learn what they're doing, what kind of off-the-shelf things that they're using, you name it. And I have found personally those phone calls and meetings to be super helpful. And those folks have been very, very open and helpful to us. So.
All right, committee, any questions? Yeah. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You are juggling quite a few projects, large projects, and you said that you're not over budget on the modernization. It had an $11 million. I'm just curious how much you plan to spend of that. If I'm looking, modernization project had an estimated cost of 6 million and you're at 5 million. But then you've got this other one going at 11 million. I'm just curious as to, you've got a few projects that are in the red. And what do you plan to do? Because your response on the resource question really bothers me. We know the triangle for project management. And if you're pulling resources, you're not going to be able to stay in budget. So how do you plan to address this? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, I didn't, the modernization you're referring to, the 6 million and then the, right? Which modernization project are you talking about?
It says Children and Families Department for continued estimated. Oh, you haven't started that project, so it's another new project for you. As your plan to start at 4/26 in 2024, and then you're going to execute it within a year. No, it's a modernization project. It's listed in the project overview for DCF.
Yeah, the KMS project, perhaps. Yeah, that one, I don't have all the details, but we're happy to, I could have more than happy to follow up to get you the details on that one. It is, it's another modernization project. It's similar to the other one, basically, but it's one I'm just less familiar with just because I'm just not into the details of it at the moment, but I could certainly find out more about it.
All right, any other questions? I'm kind of concerned that, and this may not be true, but I'm kind of concerned that DCF is looking at their problems and their issues and saying it's all technology and we're gonna fix it by doing what, 140 some million dollars. I don't know. Seems like a lot. So any other questions? All right, go ahead and go on to the next one. health records.
Yes. Okay, electronic health records. This is basically to transition the 4 state hospitals to a unified EHR, replacing approximately 15 legacy applications. The majority, if not all, the applications being run in these hospitals today are homegrown systems. Some of them are off the shelf, smaller systems, but that's what we're talking about when we're focused here on replacing legacy applications. The WellSky system was the system of choice by the state to be implemented. And as I said, I spent 25 years in healthcare. So when I came into this role in October, right after the CSS project, I directed my eyes over to this one, and I realized that there was definitely some areas that needed some additional work. The project plan did not represent all of the tasks that it should have for either party. And so therefore, we really needed to pause and take a look at that. There was some definitely missing some vendor tasks that were somewhat significant, and there were some tasks on our side. I will say that it took a little while to engage all the stakeholders because, spread out across the state, these state hospitals work as an autonomous organization. So it takes time to get out to talk to everybody and get folks engaged. But after taking a little time to do that and then bringing all that data back and assessing it and assimilating it and working with my IT staff, WellSky was again willing to come out and meet with us face to face. We took a number of trips there as well. We had to work through some difficult, challenging conversations, but I'm happy to say that we have emerged with a new set of project plans that I believe reflect all the tasks that need to be done. We again have new project managers on both sides. On our side, we made a change because we wanted some additional healthcare experience. We didn't have project managers with healthcare experience in IT. It's just, we never needed it in the past. So I felt that was really important. So we went out and sought out a person with experience in healthcare IT. On the vendor side, we needed somebody who was less overburdened. Their project manager didn't have adequate time to give us what we needed. So we have remedied that. I also did a reorganization in the January, February timeframe, and that went into effect in March for HSE, my organization. That organizational change has now positioned an IS manager that all the hospital IT directors report to. I think that's really important to have that because I've worked in very large healthcare systems with hospitals all over the country, and you really need to look at things. You can't have like all the directors reporting to a CIO. That's way too big of a gap. They need like daily support. They need daily interaction. You have to run help desks. You have to run technical services. There's just a whole host of things that need to happen, and you need a middle level there. And we have that now. We've taken that individual out. We've done intros. We've made sure that person's been vetted with hospital leadership. All of this has taken time. We just talked about process and organizational structure and why that's so important. And it's not just about the system. I think we've recognized early this time in this project that we need to right size it and make some of these changes. And I'm happy we did it. And now we're in a much better place to recast this. And I have much higher hopes now that we're gonna make it a success. That all being said, there is one sticking point at the moment, and that is some legacy network equipment. This project to do a major upgrade to the network that all these hospitals run on was scheduled to be done right before the pandemic hit. and then the pandemic hit, and everything, you know what happened. So this was delayed, and now we're seeing that we've got to make some decisions around what can we do with this network before we pull the trigger on going live with this system. We're trying to see if there's any way to mitigate that or work around it, but if we can't, the reality is we may have to do a delay until we have that major network upgrade done, and then we can continue on with the rest of the implementation. So that's what you see here at the in the delay, the initial project plan. Or I'm sorry, I should say under the primary risk, legacy network limitations and bandwidth, because that's essentially what we're dealing with. The bandwidth is not there to support the implementation. So ideally would have been done before, but pandemic sort of took the legs out, and so now here we're faced with getting that upgrade done. So we're going to try to see if we can work around it and still implement and go live. If we can't, there'll be about 125 day or so piece of work that needs to happen before we can continue on the project. I know that's a lot of details, so.
Yeah, and maybe I missed something. I don't know. And I know part of this, you haven't been on, how long you said you've been with?
October, so it'll be a year in October.
A year in October. So I guess I'm not sure. The pandemic didn't change the legacy network. It didn't, I mean, that was going to have to be done no matter what. So I know it delayed it, but it still was going to have to be done before. So why wasn't that? That's where it frustrates me that those sort of things are not thought of and not even looked at before we go head deep into a project. And then all of a sudden we get in the middle of it and it's like, oh, wait a minute, we can't do this because of this over here. So the pandemic didn't have anything to do with that. I mean, that's what I know, it delayed it, but it was still going to have to be done no matter what.
You are correct. The network upgrade needed to happen regardless.
Right. And they
And
didn't realize that before they even started the project.
it would have been ideal to know that in advance and have that done before the project started. There were some network upgrades that were done, mostly in each of the hospitals, and that was good work. But this particular part of the network really needed the bandwidth of improvements.
You're being nice and saying, the way you're saying it. They screwed up. They should have realized it before they started.
It's very complicated work, and it's very easy to miss things at times. No doubt. I could list out a lot I've missed over the years as well.
Any other questions? Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. I appreciate you analyzing the project plan too. It sounds like that was a major issue. Was the contractor held accountable for their items?
Yes, you know, there's always things missing from project plans, right? It's not like that's so surprising. It's the size of the things that are missing. And that's where we had some very honest conversations with this vendor. I think there was discussions around, should we even continue at all? We certainly considered that. I certainly put that out as an option. We decided to continue, but there were some major concessions made in this. This is not adding, other than our own time. Obviously, there's no additional cost coming from that vendor. There's no change orders coming through. So yes, we had some very serious conversations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, I mean, the first statement, it says the project alert status is due to a cost overrun of 150%. I mean, that's substantial. And what is a flag for me on this project and a couple others, but this one especially, the project cost is $2,500 estimated. You're well over that now, but it doesn't reflect the 150% increase over it. And then it shows an estimated 3-year future operational cost of $6.3 million.
I am not sure.
What document I'm looking at?
Yes.
It's the quarterly reports that we get.
I do not at the moment, no. Okay. That's okay. Yeah, I think I'd have to go back and verify this, but I believe this is the additional cost for the parts that were missing. So, for example, there was a pharmacy module that was not included in the initial contract. You can't run a hospital without a pharmacy interface and a pharmacy module. Why the vendor left that out, why a contract was signed without it, I couldn't tell you today. But there's parts like that we just need to pay for the product that was missing. So that if you want to look at that, I can get a breakdown of exactly what that was. What I was referring to was there was no cost overruns in terms of additional staffing time or vendor putting through change orders to just make up for lost time or things like that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess we need further review on this, maybe in a meeting or two, but because this says operational cost, 6.3 million. That's not part of the system. So I guess I would like you to go back and check these numbers before they're reported to us.
I'm happy to do that. There are certain operating costs that get turned on as soon as you receive the software. That constitutes some of those operating costs. But as far as exactly the breakdown, there is a monthly or bi-weekly call that happens with all the leadership at KDADS to review just the financials of this project. And I'm on that. So I'm kind of going off from that we're still within budget there. But I know there's a lot of moving pieces here. So I'm happy to follow up on that. Yes, that's KDADS.
So you're the CTO for KDADS and for DCF?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, which I won't get into that.
We have one.
Yes. I think the governor needs to get the memo that those are two different agencies. We're not putting them back together, and that she hasn't seemed to get the memo. So anyway, that's not on you. But
I will say that when you look at networks and you have three distinct organizations running in three different ways, but you're trying to do it on one platform, it becomes very technically much more complicated. Yes.
All right, let's go on to this be the last one. The technical application project for SNAP.
Yes. Okay. This is probably the simplest of them all. So hopefully, I haven't delved into this one much because it's done for all intents and purposes. So this was an objective here was to enhance communication and minimize costs during the food assistance work program's application renewal process. So it's just a way to provide a mobile app, if you will, for folks to renew their applications to make it a little quicker and easier. This was really a partnership with KU and their partnership and research, public partnerships and research folks. They handled all the business side development for this and all the business side work and managing that grant. The technical execution of it was completely outsourced to North River NRI. Development and research or deployment was done through that company. IT only served as the facilitator through the keto process. That was really our only role in this. We didn't design, develop, build anything. I did investigate this a bit. And I do want to say that last point there around the status, it says software development was finalized, concluded on March 31st, 23. That last sentence there, I just want to tweak it a bit. However, the complicated the completed software remains archived due to an incomplete cost benefit analysis. That's a little misworded there. The software is done. It is fully archived. I verified that. The cost benefit analysis was done by the business, by the stakeholders on the business side. And it was deemed that they did not want to move forward with the deployment of that software. I will say that based on the reports I read, that was, I think, primarily around the budget. The budget to move this forward to deployment was not feasible. That's what my takeaway from reading the report was. So this reads kind of like the cost benefit analysis is not done. It has been done and reviewed. It's just it was decided not to move forward. That was a business decision, not an IT decision. So I did verify that if the business were to come back to this and say, yes, we'd like to move forward, that would be treated as a new project and have to go back through the keto process in order to have risk assessed and budget analysis and all that done. So that's sum total of what I know about the TAPS project.
So we spent $1.139 million of federal money, and we're not going to use it.
That is my understanding. I believe there were some assessments at the end, reports written. I don't know what all those were, but I know where those reside.
The feds don't care?
That I can't answer. I do not know.
Senator Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, it does beg the question of maybe we should dig into that, or maybe this committee could get a little bit more information. Is there any way you could facilitate maybe getting some of those summarization of why we didn't move forward? It might be a legit cost concern. I don't know. It does seem pretty outrageous. That seems like a lot of money to spend on a development project, but obviously without knowing the details of what bad thing would have happened if we would have deployed. Without that information, it's hard to judge it. But is there any way you could maybe help facilitate getting some of those reports to this committee, maybe electronically?
Absolutely. I know that some of the stakeholders that were deeply rooted in this have actually retired, but there are still folks that had a hand in it. And so I'd be happy to go back and see what's there.
Okay. Yeah, I think that'd be great if you could do that. I appreciate it. Yeah, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, this isn't the first project. Years ago, there was a Department of Ag project that was issued, $3 million project spent on it, never went online. I don't know how difficult that would be to find out how many of these projects there are or who would be able to do that.
I don't know. Research. Okay.
That would be great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I will say, since we're on the topic, and technology governance is near and dear to my heart. I've seen it work in very complex environments. I did work after my reorganization. I worked with Secretary Howard and the leadership of KDADS and DCF to reformulate the way we do governance. So we have a governance committee specifically for DCF, KDADS, and one focused on the hospitals. And then we have an umbrella meeting with the senior leadership of all those organizations. And I've also reorganized our project management office so that we will have better and improved visibility around how projects are requested and sort of spec'd out early on the process. I won't say that's perfect and functioning to the level I'd like to see it, but I do have high hopes that that will help with any projects coming in so that we can get at least a technical review of those done early on so folks know whether they're technically viable or not. I can't speak to the business side, but at least we can have some dialogue about it. It's okay. I would agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last meeting, I made a comment about legislation for conflict of interest. What has happened since then, there was a comment made that the federal government may not be strict enough. So legislative research, myself, and thank you very much, Natalie. We're looking at states now. And there's a considerable amount of states that we are looking at. The project isn't forgotten. We will get that information before the committee. And since that happened, there have been 2 other instances that have been brought to my attention that we need to make sure that we cover in the legislation also. This seems to be a little bit more of an issue than what was brought before us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your patience.
Yep. All right. Any other comments? Anything that you would like to see us look at as far as projects that are out there or anything else? Like I said, we are going to have a deep dive on AI. James and I were talking right after lunch. We probably will end up having like almost a half a day, like maybe a morning session on just AI. You know, who we can bring together. I know that a couple of you have given some suggestions of who can come and speak, and so I know we're going to try to have a deep dive on that. But is there any other issues as we look at future meetings that you'd like to see about? All right. Yeah, that's fine. And you don't you don't have to, this is your only opportunity. If something comes up, if you on your way home, if you think of something, just give James a call and he will relay that to me and we'll talk about it and see if it's something. Yep. Yep. Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I love the presentation this morning that Jeff gave on AI. I think them having been thinking about it really makes me feel good. And so, yeah, I think that's an area that, number one, there's just going to be a lot of education needed because I don't think people really understand what AI is and even that they're using it today. And so I think that is an area that we should continue to kind of explore in the future. So, yeah, I like that idea.
Senator Peterson.
Yeah, no, if we're gonna have another AI meeting, maybe we could get James to email out the iTech policy beforehand. That'd be great. Yeah, there's like 7320A or whatever it was. Yes.
Representative Wassinger.
I know this is something we're working on in legislative modernization, trying to see how we can integrate all 3 branches of government with some sort of firewall. And I just wondered if anyone else would be interested in hearing some of that from, I know Alan can speak to some of that and probably Jeff as well. So just to get an idea of what, it's great that the executive branch is doing all this. I'm very excited, but it makes me worry about what we're doing in the legislature and what judiciary is doing and why, we have to be able to work together, just like we're asking DCF and KDADS to do. I think it's important for us to make that a priority. Thank you.
Representative Curtis.
And I don't know if this is something that everybody would be interested in, but just before we go back to session, just kind of a high level review of how we're funding IT, because I know that in the past we've kind of talked about there's some things that we should start thinking about shifting, which we've started to do, where it's not something that they have to pay an additional. There's some things that are just applied across the board. So just kind of revisiting that so that we kind of know where we're at, and just thinking through, are there other shifts that we need to make? And, so yeah, if we could just kind of revisit that.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Yeah, I know with the cybersecurity this year, that was the first time that we really have done a budget for everybody, to allow everybody to use that and not charge them for it. So yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. All right. Keep thinking of things that I also want to just remind you that hopefully you're already seeing them, but hopefully um, those emails will continue to come, and you'll look at those as far as the projects. And if you have any issues, then make sure that you let James or myself know, because if we need to have a meeting, we'll have a meeting. And that's hopefully when we finally get all this kind of worked out, some of the stuff that we just talked about will been able to be talked about before we're in the middle of deciding on a vendor through an RFP process. So anyway, just want to make sure everybody takes those emails seriously. All right. If there's nothing else, then thank you all for coming. Like I said, we are going to cancel the September meeting due to the summit that they're having. Feel free to go to that, and we will be probably sending out something for some possible dates for another meeting. So with that, we are adjourned.